In the mythological universe of Nonnos' Dionysiaca, Zeus serves as the absolute enforcer of cosmic order and the laws of physics, but the architect of the cosmos is prone to distraction. Driven by lust, Zeus abandons his celestial post, transforming into a seafaring bull to abduct the mortal princess Europa and ferry her across the Mediterranean. While Zeus is away, he leaves the tools of his reign completely unguarded. The thunderbolts, the very instruments that anchor the universe, sit hidden in a dark, smoky cave on Earth. This negligent vacuum of leadership triggers the immediate collapse of the cosmic status quo. Typhon, a gargantuan creature sprouting serpent heads, lions, and boars, discovers this abandoned armory while emerging from a rocky fissure. The monster reaches into the stone and physically seizes the celestial weapons. Armed with the stolen arsenal, Typhon shatters the mechanics of the sky. He drags planets backward, pulls the morning star off course, and tangles the constellations until day and night occur simultaneously. A creature of pure, unbridled chaos now holds the bolts of the sky. Stopping a being large enough to use mountain peaks as projectiles requires a strategy that bypasses his immense physical scale. Typhon quickly discovers a paradox. He possesses the weapons, but he cannot fire them. In his massive palms, the lightning darkens into a failing, smoky flame. The thunder yields only a muffled, almost soundless roar. This diagram shows the mismatch between Typhon's chaotic input and the weapon's internal logic. The thunderbolt functions as a closed, regulated system. It deflects the monster's energy. His sheer physical mass cannot bypass the specific authorization protocol. In Nonnos' world, brute physical force cannot replicate or hijack divine authority. Zeus realizes that a direct physical confrontation with the enraged Typhon would likely destroy the universe in the crossfire. Instead of meeting force with force, Zeus recruits a wandering mortal named Cadmus to serve as a covert operative. Cadmus is disguised as a lowly shepherd, armed with nothing but a simple syrinx, a rustic panpipe made of reeds. Cadmus takes his position outside Typhon's cave and begins to play a calculated melody. The acoustic input from the reeds short-circuits Typhon's rage. The monster abandons the stolen weapons and tracks the sound through the brush, his multi-headed form effectively paralyzed by the tune. Cadmus counters overwhelming physical mass by introducing a captivating harmonic pattern. Typhon's apocalyptic fury shifts into an entranced obsession. He offers the disguised shepherd rewards in the heavens if he will simply continue the performance. Cadmus executes the con by claiming his music would be superior if he had a 7-stringed lyre, one strung with divine sinews. Hooked by the promise of a better song, Typhon retrieves Zeus's actual sinews, which he had won in a previous fight, and hands them directly to the shepherd. The monster capable of ripping apart constellations voluntarily surrenders his greatest strategic prize for the promise of more art. A universe-breaking titan sits neutralized without a single physical blow. He remains helpless, staring at the musician like a youth captivated by a crush. In this mythological framework, power relies on understanding the nature of the tool being wielded. Dominance flows from the ability to captivate, deceive, and direct an enemy's internal desires. When Typhon attacks, he arrives as a physical ending to the world. He is a force of nature so massive that his presence causes the structures of the universe to buckle and fail. This collapse begins while the cosmos is uniquely vulnerable. Zeus has lost his thunderbolts, leaving him to rely on the mortal Cadmus. Disguised as a goatherd, Cadmus uses a shepherd's pipe to draw a keen, shrill sweetness into the air, distracting the monster with music. While the beast is charmed by the song, Zeus moves. He creeps on all fours beneath the giant's cave, searching for the tame fire of his stolen lightning bolts hidden among the rocks. The deception breaks the moment the music stops. Typhon realizes the lightning has been snatched back, and he turns his fury toward Olympus, spitting venom and hurling mountain peaks as if they were jagged spears. Without the king of the gods in absolute control of his weapons, the laws that govern the physical world begin to dissolve. The geography of the earth collapses first. Typhon's earth-upheaving tread shatters the crust, exposing hidden channels of water while he drinks entire rivers dry, leaving nymphs trapped in the drying clay of their riverbeds. The natural order of predator and prey is inverted. Typhon's 100 heads, lions, leopards, and bears, begin to devour their earthly counterparts. Earth-bred snakes are eaten by his own serpent throats, and he specifically hunts the eagle because it carries the name of Zeus. Nature spirits are driven to a state of panic. Woodland nymphs beg to be transformed into stone or birds, or to have axes driven through their breasts, preferring a swift death to the lawless marriage and violence Typhon brings to the forests. This chaos extends to the stars. The physical force of the battle knocks the constellations out of their tracks. The lion is forced from its road, and the moon's bulls flee their paths in terror of the giant's many-voiced roar. Typhon represents the collapse of the ancient Greek understanding of nature. His very existence proves that the mountains, the seas, and the stars are only as stable as the god who defends them. Typhon's ambition reaches beyond destruction. He fights to occupy Olympus as supreme authority. He broadcasts a vision of his rule, dragging down the pillars of the sky and forcing stars to act as his wedding weapons. He intends to humiliate the Olympians, promising to bind Ares in bronze and force Apollo to sing at his table, while claiming goddesses like Athena and Hera as his spoils of war. This is the alternative to the Olympian world, a universe governed by raw, unpredictable, mutating force. Zeus meets this threat by weaponizing the atmosphere. He stops the giant by turning the sky's elements into a calculated defense. Typhon responds with brute force. He scoops up islands and watch peaks, hurling massive slabs of marble at the indestructible face of Zeus. To counter the heat of the thunderbolts, the giant raises winter rivers in his palms, launching torrents of icy water to quench the celestial fire. Zeus generates lightning by trapping dry earth vapor inside a cloud. Internal friction kindles a heavenly flame. He combines this fire with hail and conflicting blasts of the four winds, using frost and heat to overwhelm the giant. The barrage is too much. Under the pressure of hail and searing heat, the snakes on the giant's head catch fire, silenced by heaven's spark. Zeus wins by mastering the elements of the sky, the rain that cools and the lightning that burns, to suppress the raw strength of the earth. The battle ends with Zeus standing over the breathing corpse of the giant, mocking the usurper for his failure to seize the sky. The king of the gods issues a final sentence. He does not obliterate Typhon, but instead pins his flaming 100-headed body beneath the heavy cliffs of Sicily. This serves as the ancient world's explanation for volcanic activity. Mount Etna is a physical tomb for the giant. The smoke and fire are witnesses to the monsters still smoldering beneath the earth. By burying the giant rather than destroying him, the myth suggests that chaos is a permanent, simmering part of the world that requires constant vigilance to contain. With the war over, the goddess Nature steps in to heal the world. She seals the gaping rents in the earth and mends the island sinews that were torn away by the giant's hands. The heavens are also realigned. The sun and moon physically guide the zodiac signs back into their proper lanes, restoring the predictable cycles of the day and night. Zeus completes the restoration by rewarding Cadmus. He sets the mortal on a path towards Delphi and the naval axis of the world, commanding him to stop his wandering and found the city that will become a center of human civilization. The defeat of Typhon marks the border between the wild, lawless state of nature and the predictable world of the gods. Only after these terrifying forces are suppressed can the foundation of a human city finally take root. For 10 days, winter storms battered the wooden hull of a single straying ship. Prince Cadmus of Phoenicia was exhausted, violently shredding the waves of the Aegean Sea, with no map, no allies, and no destination. His aimless trajectory began with a sudden, violent theft. A mysterious, impossibly beautiful bull had appeared on the shores of his homeland, charmed his sister Europa, and carried her off across the ocean. Following the kidnapping, Cadmus's father, King Agenor, handed down a brutal decree. Cadmus and his brothers were ordered to hunt down the beast and retrieve the princess. If they failed, they were permanently exiled. With one command, Cadmus was stripped of his royal identity and cast into the unknown. Looking at this image of the rocky shores of Thracian Samos, we see exactly where the punishing winds finally deposited him. Dragged off course by a ravaging blast, his crew moored the ship in the hollow sand, hundreds of miles from his original search route. Sitting on that foreign beach at nightfall, Cadmus viewed his situation through a strictly mortal lens. His sister was gone. His father had disowned him. The currents had trapped him on an unknown coastline. He was entirely at the mercy of a blind, unfeeling universe. This diagram reveals myth's mechanics. Below is the chaotic mortal plane. Above, the divine plane orchestrates it. During Cadmus's voyage, Aphrodite smoothed the ocean, ensuring his arrival. On shore, Persuasion disguised herself, manually guiding his footsteps through the city. The illusion of his independence cracked when a crow, perched in a blue-boughed olive tree, began to speak. The bird scolded Cadmus for walking too slowly, explicitly telling him that the goddess of love was driving her forward toward a waiting bride. He was never lost. Every storm, every detour, and every supposedly random encounter was a calculated coordinate on a divinely drawn map. These sweeping foundations mark the scale of his destination, the royal estate of Queen Electra. Hephaestus, the master smith of Lemnos, personally constructed this palace, layering the stone with bronze thresholds and filling it with divine craftsmanship. To guard the doors, Hephaestus forged entire ranks of golden and silver dogs. As Cadmus approached, the metal hounds actually wagged their tails and echoed with the sound of artificial, counterfeit barking. In the courtyard, the garden itself held supernatural sorrow. The leaves of the hyacinth flowers were physically inscribed with the letters I, the eternal, self-begotten wail of grief left behind by the god Apollo. Escorted inside, Cadmus was given a seat at a brilliantly colored banquet table. He barely touched the rich food in front of him. Instead, he kept his head bowed, stealing bashful glances across the board at a young woman named Harmony, the queen's mysterious foster daughter. They sat surrounded by mechanical miracles and divine architecture, listening to the shrill cry of the seven-toned lyre. Yet the humans in the room were entirely consumed by their own grief. After the meal, the queen approached Cadmus to ask of his origins. The two royals immediately recognized a shared sorrow. They were both products of broken families and punishing histories. Looking at the towering stone monuments of ancient Egypt, we can trace the extreme geographic sprawl of Cadmus's bloodline. He recounts of how his ancestor, the maiden Io, was transformed into a cow by the gods, relentlessly chased by a flesh-eating gadfly, and forced to wander all the way to the muddy banks of the Nile. Queen Electra understood his pain entirely. She offered her own tragic lineage. Her father was Atlas, a titan cursed to a life of grueling, isolated labor, permanently bent old with age while bearing the massive weight of the sky on his back. Her own generation fared little better. Her sisters, the Cleiades, had been scattered across the stars. She rarely saw them. Even her young son, Dardanus, had abandoned their ancestral halls to carve out a new kingdom in the plains of Ida. Their lineages spanned thousands of miles, connecting the desert sands of Libya to the remote peaks of the Aegean. They traded these stories of loss as proof of their misfortune. Despite sitting in a palace built by the gods, Cadmus and Electra defined themselves by their trauma, convinced they were helpless victims crushed beneath the wheel of fate. While they commiserated, the divine plane finally breached the mortal world. Hermes, the wing-born herald of the gods, slipped through the palace gates. Shrouded entirely in a veil of thick cloud, the god moved effortlessly through the crowded banquet hall. He bypassed the intricate golden guard dogs. He walked right past Cadmus, Electra's son Amathion, and every serving man in the room, completely undetected. Hermes targeted Electra alone. He drew the queen away from the noise of the feast and into an inmost, secluded room, where he finally revealed his radiant, youthful form. He carried a direct mandate from the throne of Zeus. He instructed Electra to take her foster daughter, Harmony, and give her to Cadmus in marriage immediately, without demanding any bride price. This whispered conversation in a hidden room is the exact moment the parallel tracks collide. The divine blueprint overwrites the mortal reality. Hermes revealed the true status of this wandering prince. Years earlier, Cadmus had used his song to aid Zeus in a moment of dire labor, restoring the light of day to all of Olympus and earning the eternal gratitude of the gods. Harmony was the biological daughter of Ares and Aphrodite, fostered in secret beneath Electra's roof until she could be joined to the man who saved the divine realm. Cadmus viewed his life as a sequence of tragic accidents. But in the logic of the divine blueprint, his years of wandering were the necessary, visible friction of a plan that was moving toward a singular, preordained destination. A civilization requires 3 physical pillars: people, territory, and order. But in Greek mythology, the individuals selected to establish these pillars often lacked any desire to do so, viewing the world's jagged peaks and empty valleys as places to avoid rather than build upon. Harmony was the daughter of a goddess, consumed by deep grief and a fierce reluctance to leave her home. When faced with marriage, she explicitly refused, preferring a local townsman and a settled life over a life tied to a wandering stranger. Her proposed groom was Cadmus. He arrived as an exhausted exile, his focus entirely consumed by the search for his kidnapped sister, Europa. He was a man chasing a ghost, not a visionary seeking a kingdom. Because both founders resisted their destiny, the gods resorted to force. In the ancient world, the birth of a city required divine pressure to overcome human hesitation. The founding of Thebes provides a master blueprint for this process. It maps out how the Greeks believed civilization had to be engineered through 4 aggressive stages: divine manipulation, cultural import, a prophetic mandate, and finally, blood sacrifice. The first step in the blueprint is the acquisition of the rulers. To break Harmony's resistance, Aphrodite intervened directly, overriding the girl's free will to ensure the foundation could proceed. Aphrodite assumed a mortal disguise and used a magical, soul-enthralling girdle to weaponize jealousy. By manufacturing an artificial desire for Cadmus, she forced Harmony to abandon her home for the very man she had previously rejected. Step 2 requires the injection of intellectual infrastructure. For a city to function, it needs technology. Cadmus acted as the vessel for this, bringing advanced Eastern knowledge into the unlettered landscapes of Greece. This carving illustrates his most significant technological contribution. Cadmus introduced the alphabet, providing the Greeks with the physical instruments of speech. By organizing the tongue into these ordered, linear ranks, he transformed passing speech into permanent, structured records, ending the era of speechless silence. His second contribution was the importation of Egyptian mysticism. Having spent years in Memphis, Cadmus introduced the complex rites, midnight ceremonies, and hidden hymns of the East to the Greek world. He applied this foreign wisdom to the natural world, tracking the sun's course and the shifting phases of the moon. This zodiac wheel represents the Greek effort to measure and categorize the fiery movements of the stars. The intellectual foundation of Thebes relied on a forced synthesis, the merger of hijacked human emotions with highly advanced, imported foreign technology. Step 3 is the prophetic mandate. To justify its borders and its existence, a new civilization requires a divinely sanctioned location. Cadmus sought guidance at the Oracle of Delphi. The god Apollo commanded him to end his personal quest and instead follow a slow, unyoked cow across the landscape until the animal finally collapsed in Boeotia. Step 4 involves conquering the primordial forces already occupying the land. When Cadmus sought water to sanctify his new territory, he found the spring guarded by a massive, dapple-backed dragon belonging to the war god Ares. The dragon slaughtered Cadmus's men with clinical brutality, snapping spines and spraying a livid green venom that ran through their flesh like cold steel. This violence established the high cost of claiming the earth. With Athena's guidance, Cadmus retaliated. He crushed the dragon's head with a field stone, severed its neck, and harvested its teeth to use as the seeds for his city's defense. Step 5 is the earth-born harvest. Cadmus plowed the war-breeding land and sowed the dragon's teeth into the freshly turned soil. The soil split as a crop of giants known as the Spartoi sprouted directly from the earth, fully armored and ready for battle. Cadmus threw a stone among them, triggering a frenzy of mutual slaughter. The giants hacked each other down until only 5 survivors remained, warriors who would serve as the physical labor force for the new city. Securing the homeland demanded the violent subjugation and repurposing of the primordial serpentine forces that had originally claimed the territory. These stacked stones represent the completed blueprint. The city of Thebes rose only after the founders were forced into place and the land was conquered. To the Greeks, the march of civilization was an aggressive, unnatural process. It required foreign intellect and technology to collide with the brutal, bloody reality of the local environment. But this forced engineering of order came with a permanent, haunting price for its architect. Because Cadmus slaughtered Ares' dragon to build his city, he inherited a curse. Late in his life, his skin would harden and his limbs would coil until he transformed into the same serpentine monster he had once destroyed. The myth of Thebes serves as a warning. Civilization is built upon the bones of chaos, and those who conquer the primordial world may eventually be consumed by the very forces they sought to replace. To build a new civilization, the hero Cadmus first had to harvest war's snaky crop. He slaughtered a massive, water-guarding serpent, sowed its teeth into the dirt, and fought the warriors that sprang from the ground. Cadmus engineered the city of Thebes by looking upward. He built 7 gates into the city walls, mapping each to the orbit of a wandering planet: the Moon, Hermes, Venus, the Sun, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. The architecture mirrored the heavens. The gods noticed. For aligning the earth with the sky, Cadmus was rewarded with a marriage to harmony. The immortal gods of Olympus actually descended to Earth to attend the wedding in person. They showered the couple with otherworldly artifacts. Hermes brought a scepter, Apollo gave a bow, and Hera provided a jewel-encrusted throne. Mortals and immortals sat at the same table, sharing the same meat and wine. But the presence of the gods is rarely static. By inviting Olympus into the city, Cadmus ensured that his lineage would remain under the constant, unblinking gaze of the immortals. You can see the complexity of these gifts in the work of the mastersmith Hephaestus. He forged a heavy gold necklace for the bride, a double-headed serpent, woven so intricately that its golden spine seemed to quiver, producing a mechanical hiss. Armed with divine favor, Cadmus's family began to systematically conquer the natural world. His son-in-law, Aristaeus, used a mill-like weight of stone to crush olives into flowing oil. He deployed smoke to suffocate and steal from the hives of bees. Aristaeus then engineered a highly sophisticated art of the hunt. He bred tracking hounds, wove many knotted nets, and placed wooden snares to outsmart the creatures of the deep woods. He passed this mastery of the wild down to his eager son, Actaeon. With every forest tracked and every hive conquered, the boundary between human skill and divine power seemed to narrow. Actaeon, the heir to this technical mastery, was about to test just how far that control actually extended. Actaeon ranged deep into the pathless hills of Cytheron, pushing far past the edges of human civilization. Looking for a better vantage point to track his prey, he climbed the branches of a sacred olive tree. Below him, in a clear mountain stream, he saw the virgin goddess Artemis bathing. In the hierarchies of the ancient world, a mortal man gazing upon the uncovered flesh of a goddess is a transgression that the law of the hunt cannot forgive. Artemis instantly reacted. She snatched up her robes to cover her body, and a blinding, mist-begotten darkness slammed over Actaeon's eyes, sending him falling from the branches into the dust. Instead of a quick death, Artemis targeted the one thing that separated the hunter from the hunted: his humanity. His limbs thinned and sprouted dappled fur. His hands cleaved into hoofs. From his brow, the branching spikes of twin antlers violently erupt. But Artemis left him with a specific, calculated torture. While his body became a shaggy beast, his human consciousness and ability to reason remained intact. The hunter was instantly reduced to prey. Through the brush, his own flawlessly trained hounds caught his scent and charged. As they tore into his flanks, Actaeon tried to beg for his life. He attempted to speak his own name, but only unmarked animal cries echoed through the woods. He wept, shedding human tears beneath a bestial brow. The tracking dogs, the strategies, the mastery of the wild, the tools his family invented to conquer nature, were now the instruments used to execute him. That night, Actaeon's ghost appeared in a shadow-haunted dream to his father. He still wore the spotted form of a stag, but death finally allowed him to speak with a human voice. The ghost begged his father not to punish the hounds. He explained that the dogs were tricked by the goddess's illusion and were currently running in circles through the hills, mourning the master they didn't know they had killed. Meanwhile, his mother, Autonoe, wandered the mountain ridges barefoot. She tore her clothes and scoured the scrub for any sign of her son's remains. She found the scattered bones and the bloody hooves, but she repeatedly walked right past them. She touched the antlers, but she was looking for a human face. She found no circle of the human eye. Divine intervention severed the family. By erasing his physical identity, the gods reduced a beloved son into unrecognizable animalistic refuse, alienating him from his own mother. Autonoe eventually pieced the fragmented bones together. She buried the hooves alongside his hunting bow, scraping together a pathetic monument to human frailty in the dirt. High above this morning, the machinery of Olympus continued to grind, turning towards its next objective with no regard for the human wreckage left behind. Even as the dirt covered Actaeon's bones, Zeus was already burning with lust for Persephone. The king of the gods was preparing to force a new, violent intersection between the divine and the mortal realms. Down in Thebes, new children were already being born into Cadmus's lineage, children like Pentheus, who would inherit this proximity to the gods and face his own brutal end. The story of Actaeon suggests that for the house of Cadmus, there was no safe distance from the divine. Whether invited in through a wedding or encountered accidentally in the woods, the god's touch is inherently volatile.
Picture a mountain peak covered in pine trees, lashed by endless rain. Now picture a deep-sea octopus crawling over those rocks, actively hunting a hare. This total planetary submersion, with sea lions taking over inland caves and dolphins swimming through forests, operates as a desperate, divine emergency measure deployed to extinguish a global fire. That fire started because the king of the gods threw a cosmic, apocalyptic tantrum over the brutal murder of a single infant. To understand how the world ended up underwater, we have to rewind. The entire cataclysm begins with a mother's anxiety. The goddess Demeter is overwhelmed by a swarm of divine suitors, violently competing to marry her daughter, Persephone. The astrologer god Astraeus marks a square and triangle in ash. Tracking the zodiac's moving cycle, he delivers a terrifying prophecy to Demeter. A shape-shifting ravisher will take her daughter exactly when a dark shadow cone eclipses the full moon, locking Persephone's fate. This is the terrifying trickle-down economics of Greek mythology. When divine beings experience deeply personal, relatable fears, the mortal world inevitably absorbs the catastrophic shockwaves. Demeter reacts to the prophecy with absolute panic. She physically relocates Persephone to Pelorius, a remote, rocky ravine on the coast of Sicily, hiding her deep inside a subterranean cave. She spares no expense on her security. At the entrance to this stone fortress, Demeter chains two massive, crawling dragons, positioning one at each stone post. Inside, Persephone is completely cut off from the outside world. She spends her days pacing from end to end, forced to card wool and weave heavy cloth on a loom to remain out of sight. In the ancient Greek worldview, attempting to physically barricade someone away from their destiny is exactly the mechanism that ensures the prophecy comes true. The quarantine fails almost immediately. Zeus simply changes his shape into a massive, many-coiling serpent, easily slithering right past the dragon guards to assault Persephone in the pitch-black recesses of the cave. From that serpentine infiltration, Persephone gives birth to a horned infant named Zagreus, the very first ancient iteration of the god Dionysus. Zeus displays a shocking level of favoritism toward the boy. He literally places the infant on his own heavenly throne and arms the child's little left hand with miniature glowing thunderbolts. Handing the highest seat of cosmic power to an illegitimate hybrid child instantly shatters the established divine hierarchy. It paints a massive target on the baby's back. Hera, Zeus's fiercely jealous wife, retaliates against this blatant shift in power. She deploys the ancient titans to act as her personal assassins and eliminate the infant threat. The killers use a highly specific, eerie tactic to spring their trap. They coat their faces in thick, white gypsum powder to hide their identities and use a dark, shadowy mirror to mesmerize the boy. When the titans strike, Zagreus fights back in a frenzied blur of shapeshifting. He morphs rapidly into a young god shaking a shield, then into an old man raining down showers, and then into a massive, roaring lion with a thick mane. The desperate survival sprint continues. He becomes a wild horse champing at a foam-covered bit, twists into a horned serpent binding the titans in vipers, and then shifts into a snarling tiger with a dappled hide. Finally, he takes the form of a charging bull. But Hera releases a heavy, supernatural cry that echoes through the gates of Olympus. The bull collapses, and the murderous titans hack the boy apart with their blades. The violent dismemberment of the chosen cosmic heir crosses a permanent line. It creates a sudden, massive vacuum of order that inevitably triggers an uncontrolled divine retaliation. When Zeus discovers the hacked remains of the boy, he suffers an immediate, unhinged psychological break. He locks the assassins behind the gates of Tartarus and turns his fiery thunderbolts on the earth itself. The forests blaze, and the rivers literally boil from the Bactrian plains of India all the way to the Red Sea. Then comes a critical elemental pivot. Zeus looks down and realizes his grief is permanently scarring the plowlands. He is burning down the very empire he is supposed to rule. To stop the flames, he deploys the Great Flood. He opens the watery chutes of heaven, submerging the globe in a total deluge designed to extinguish the fires and wash the bloody ash away. The resulting biological displacement is absolute. Forest gods are flushed out of their woods, and sea nymphs suddenly find themselves swimming over the submerged peaks of mountains. This cataclysm operates as a rigid, mechanical chain reaction. When unresolved divine grief shatters the system, the universe is forced to violently swing between elemental extremes, from fire to water, just to find equilibrium. Eventually, the cosmos steps in to clean up the elemental mess. Poseidon drives his earth-delving trident into the peak of a Thessalian crag and cracks it open, creating a massive drain for the waters. The recovery process is highly mechanical. The heavy floodwaters shrink down into deep subterranean abysses, allowing the sun's hotter rays to bake the exposed muddy crust back into solid land. Slowly, the surviving mortals return to the dried surface. They lay new stone foundations and rebuild their fortified streets from scratch. This near-extinction event functioned as a violent, total erasure, required to prepare a clean canvas for the next generation of mortals. The physical rebuilding of the earth mirrors the deeper philosophy embedded in the myth of Zagreus. The crime committed by the Titans left an ashy stain that was simply too deep for a minor correction. The old world had to burn, and then drown, to be fully purged of that correction. Ancient cultures viewed catastrophic destruction as a brutal, essential engine, forcing the world through the violent machinery of continuous rebirth.
Imagine the physical embodiment of time deciding he can no longer perform his duties. In the ancient epic, the Dionysiaca, the primeval power Aeon approaches Zeus with an unprecedented plea. He is exhausted, and he begs the supreme god to let someone else steer the cables governing the world. Aeon's fatigue is fueled by the misery of the mortal world. Humanity is drowning in the psychological aftermath of a global deluge, their lives defined by endless toil and a swift wasting youth that rapidly collapses into the weakness of old age. Previous divine interventions have only intensified this burden. Pandora's jar released a sweet evil of inescapable suffering, and the fire stolen by Prometheus merely gifted mortals with endless industry, providing no relief for the grief that shadows their labor. Humanity is trapped in a terminal existential crisis. Without a mechanism to process their despair, the weight of their suffering is physically breaking the ancient gears of time. Zeus recognizes that the gods remain untroubled because they possess a physical balm, nectar. To save the mortal race, he determines he must provide a physical counterpart, a substance that acts directly on the human mind to wash away distress. This model illustrates the divine divide. The top immortal half circulates golden nectar, insulating gods from care. The bottom mortal half remains a barren psychological void. Zeus's solution is a specifically engineered god, Dionysus, funneling a dark red variation of this relief into the mortal vacuum. In this mythic framework, wine is a targeted cosmic prescription, a technological intervention designed to save the human race from the crushing weight of its own existence. To manifest this cure on Earth, Zeus requires a biological bridge. He identifies a mortal woman, Semele, as the necessary vessel to carry this divine medicine into the physical world. The operation requires specialized tools. Eros, the lord of craft, bypasses his standard weapons to select a predestined fifth arrow. This specific shaft is reserved exclusively for the union that will produce the vine bud. Before use, Eros submerges the barb into a bowl of divine nectar. This act serves as a literal programming phase, ensuring the future nectar fruit of the vine will possess the potency required to enlarge human joy. With the fates offering their assent, the conception of Dionysus proceeds as a carefully orchestrated cosmic operation. It is an exercise in divine engineering, utilizing tools specifically customized for this single purpose. Semele receives a terrifying premonition of the upcoming prescription. In a dream, she sees herself as a green plant suddenly struck by divine fire. The plant is burned to the root, leaving behind only a single unripened fruit. Haunted by the nightmare and drenched in the blood of sacrificial victims, she seeks purification. She travels to the river Asopus, plunging into the water to wash away the omens of fire and blood. High above, Zeus monitors his target. He assumes the form of an eagle, using his boundless, all-seeing vision to survey the maiden as she bathes, calculating the exact moment to initiate the next phase of his plan. Eros releases the nectar-dipped arrow. The strike is immediate, converting Zeus's grand cosmic strategy into an obsessive physical hunger for the mortal woman in the water below. The divine fire from Semele's dream has begun its descent. Zeus's awakening desire marks the point of no return, locking the mortal vessel into her sacrificial role. Zeus accelerates the sunset, forcing the sun god to drive his horses at a killing pace. He demands an immediate daylight night to serve as the handmaid for his marriage, plunging the sun below the horizon to hasten the union. The union in Semele's bed is a chaotic display of shifting forms. Zeus first manifests as a horned bull, his bellows echoing like the sounds of a winepress. The transformations continue in a rapid, terrifying sequence. He becomes a shaggy lion, then a leopard, and finally a coiling snake that licks the girl's neck with honey instead of venom. The surrounding architecture reacts to this concentration of divine power. Supernatural grapevines burst directly from the stone walls, turning the bedroom into a living, sprouting orchard of the future vine. This violent shapeshifting is the literal programming of wine's DNA. Zeus is injecting the unborn child with the varied traits of the beasts, the strength of the lion and the stealth of the leopard, defining the character of the future intoxicant. This union mirrors the duality of the substance it creates. Wine is born from this chaos as both a soothing balm and an untamable wild force,
that can turn a mind as vacant as the god who sired it. After the hallucinogenic intensity of the rite, Zeus returns to his human likeness to console his bride. He promises Semele an imperishable legacy. She will bear the son who makes all mortal grace forgotten, a child destined to be the healer of pain for both gods and men. But this glory is inseparable from the fiery doom she glimpsed in her dream. To birth a god of such potency, the mortal vessel must eventually be consumed by the same lightning that conceived him. Semele is the essential sacrifice in this cosmic operation. Her destruction is the price required to bring humanity's pharmaceutical salvation into the world. The Dionysiaca presents the origin of wine as a calculated, systemic intervention, rather than a lucky discovery in a field. Consider the immense cosmic resources spent to engineer this cure: the exhaustion of time, the manipulation of the sun, the terrifying metamorphosis of the supreme god, and the life of a mortal woman. This chain of events establishes Dionysus as a technological gift, a deity formulated in a divine laboratory to address a specific biological need for relief. When humanity drinks, they are consuming a precise antidote. It is a pain reliever forged from divine thunder and mortal ashes, specifically designed to counteract the...
Look closely at this dissolving celestial threshold. Zeus, the king of the gods, has abandoned his throne, leaving the heavens empty to spend his time with a mortal Theban girl named Semele. This earthly affair has already produced a miracle. Semele is heavy with a child who is already divine, an unborn infant who leaps and dances inside the womb whenever he hears the sound of Bacchic flutes drifting up from the hills. By ignoring his post for a mortal girl, Zeus is violating the strict hierarchy of the cosmos. His divine queen Hera is left alone on high Olympus, while back in Thebes, the citizens have begun to mock the scandal, turning Hera's humiliation into public gossip. A king compromised by mortal lust creates a massive power vacuum in the sky, and it leaves an actively humiliated queen looking for revenge. This stoic, helmeted face represents Ares, the god of war. But here, the spirit of envy has taken his shape, arriving to stoke Hera's brewing wrath into a weaponized rage. Urgent whispers a terrifying logic into Hera's ear. If she does nothing to protect her marriage bed, mortal women and their bastard children will soon push the true gods out of the sky entirely. As this minimalist diagram shows, Hera faces a strict operational constraint. Striking Semele directly hits a massive barrier, the world-ending wrath of Zeus. But notice this curved vector bypassing the blockade. Her target must be manipulated into pulling the trigger on herself. Hera completely abandons brute force. She resolves to architect a psychological trap so perfect that she remains entirely untouched when the jaws snap shut. To find the correct tools for this operation, Hera leaves the sky. She descends here, to the rugged, high-altitude ridges of Crete, seeking out Apate, the spirit of deceit. Apate possesses a unique magical artifact known as the Sidonian Girdle. It is a belt woven entirely out of sly speech, absolute falsehood, and stealth. The queen of the gods drops her majesty. She flatters the mountain spirit, begging to borrow the belt and adopting the quiet, subtle tactics of a spy. Strapping on the girdle of deceit marks a shift in her methods. Hera is now operating as a premeditated cosmic assassin, her every move directed toward a lethal psychological strike. Look at these ancient stone foundations. This is the mortal realm of Cadmus's house in Thebes, where Semele sits isolated in her room, physically exhausted by the heavy divine pregnancy. Watch how easily Hera bypasses the palace defenses. She shapeshifts, morphing from a towering goddess into the frail, hunched posture of Semele's trusted childhood nurse. The false nurse sits by the bed and plants the first seed of doubt, repeating the scathing whispers heard throughout the town. She asks Semele how she knows her midnight lover is actually Zeus, and not some wild beast using her in the dark. Then Hera twists the knife. She contrasts Semele's shadowed, shameful affair with her own glorious Olympian marriage, which Zeus celebrated openly with blinding lightning. To silence the gossiping townswomen and prove her status,
The nurse insists Semele must demand her lover appear in his true, unmasked cosmic form. Hera flawlessly weaponizes the girl's deepest insecurities. Semele's desperate need for validation is now the exact mechanism that will kill her. Fully consumed by this manufactured doubt, Semele begs Zeus for a bridal gift. She demands to see his thunder and his lightning. Zeus is trapped. Bound by his own promises and the rigid laws of fate, he knows a mortal body cannot survive his true form. Still, he is forced to comply. Watch what happens when a god drops his disguise. The sheer pressure and heat of Zeus's presence instantly detonates the confined room, leaving glowing ash. The precise empirical proof of divinity she demanded was the exact instrument of her physical destruction.
On paper, Hera's psychological strike executed perfectly, but on a cosmic scale, the plan entirely backfired. The lethal lightning acted as a brutal midwife. It incinerated the mortal mother, but the unborn, indestructible divine fetus survived the inferno unharmed. Look at this serene, ivy-crowned bronze face. From the smoldering ruins of the bedroom, the messenger god Hermes swoops in to rescue the half-formed infant, the new god Bacchus. And because Semele died directly embracing divine fire, Zeus pulls her from the ashes. He elevates her into the sky, granting her immortal life among the stars. Hera's intricate plot to preserve the Olympian hierarchy ironically shattered it, inadvertently securing the birth of a new god and placing a mortal girl at the table with the immortals. Olympus is usually imagined as a place of marble perfection, but Dionysus occupies the shadows, a god of bloodlust, firelit forests, and nocturnal frenzy. To understand how a deity of such absolute chaos ended up immortalized in serene marble, we have to look past the wine and the revelry. We have to look at his making. Dionysus didn't inherit his domain by divine decree. His power was forged through a biological anomaly. The story begins with a lethal lightning strike. When Zeus's mortal lover, Semele, was incinerated by his true divine form, she was pregnant. In the split second before the flames consumed her, Zeus reached into the ashes and pulled out the half-finished fetus. Zeus performed a desperate surgical workaround. He sliced open his own flesh, stitched the premature infant directly inside his thigh, and used his own body as a surrogate womb. Months later, he undid the threads, and the boy was born for a second time. Men hailed him as the thigh-sewn one. Passing from a woman's womb into a man's broke the absolute laws of nature. It was an impossible birth, and it instantly earned the boy the relentless, murderous hatred of Zeus's wife, Hera. Dionysus entered the world as a fugitive. Every terrifying ritual and every weapon concealed in his later cult was engineered during a childhood spent constantly on the run from divine assassination. The chase began immediately. The messenger god Hermes snatched the newborn up, flying through misty air, and dropped the boy with the river-dwelling daughters of Lammas. For a brief moment, the nymphs nursed him in peace. Then Hera found them. Unable to easily destroy a child made of Zeus's own divine flesh, she unleashed her fury on the mortals protecting him. She scoured the nymphs, twisting their minds into a violent, unrecognizable state. These caretakers became the first Bancants, predators who tore through the streets and carved up travelers with cold steel to make a bloody feast. Hera's intervention permanently defined the Dionysian cult. This iconic, ecstatic madness began as a weaponized trauma, a divine fever inflicted on the boy's first protectors by a jealous goddess. Hermes barely managed to steal the baby back from the scene. This time, he carried Dionysus to the house of Ino, placing the god under the care of a handmaid named Mystis, hiding them deep inside a heavily bolted, windowless chamber. Hiding a divine infant presented a massive operational problem, but human babies cry. If Hera heard a single sound, they would all be slaughtered. That desperate need for concealment forced Mystis to invent the sleepless mysteries, the core nocturnal rituals that would forever define the Bacchic religion. To cover the boy's babbling, Mystis created a wall of sound. She grabbed sheets of bronze and clashed them together, inventing the rhythmic Bacchic symbols specifically to drown out the voice of a crying toddler. The cult's central symbol, the thyrsus, was engineered for violent utility. Mistis designed it as a concealed weapon, using thick ivy camouflage to disguise a lethal iron point hidden at its tip to protect the child from intruders. The noise, weapons, and midnight secrecy of the Bacchic rituals were never meant as celebrations. They were survival tactics designed to protect a hunted child. Despite their efforts, Hera's all-seeing eyes eventually pierced the bolted doors. Hermes had to intervene again, shape-shifting to mask his identity as he fled with the child to the wild mountains of Phrygia. There, he surrendered the boy to Rhea, mother of Zeus and goddess of the wild. Under her protection, Dionysus began a period of active empowerment. By the age of 9, his childhood play was terrifying. He slung live tigers over his shoulders, thrust his fingers into the jaws of bears, and drove a team of speckled panthers across the rocky cliffs. Dionysus emerged from the Phrygian highlands as a master of the wild. By taming the fierce predators that once hunted him, he secured his final identity as the undisputed lord of beasts. As Dionysus grew into his power, the political fallout reached Olympus. The spirit of his mother, Semele, bragged to the cosmos that her son was superior to every other deity because of his singular, Zeus-born pedigree. This public humiliation pushed Hera over the edge. Unable to harm the powerful god her husband had sired, she turned her vengeance back onto the mortal woman who had kept him safe, Ino. Hera struck the nursemaid with an incurable frenzy. Ino fled barefoot into the rocks of Delphi, roaming the gorges alone, screaming prophecies to the empty air in a state of feral terror. Apollo eventually healed her broken mind, but the damage was permanent. By the time Ino regained her sanity, her husband had forgotten her entirely, moving a new bride into her home. Dionysus survived his fugitive childhood to become a power the old order could not contain. His worshippers forever replicate the wild ecstasy and absolute frenzy of his origins, along with the terrifying collateral damage he left behind. In Greek mythology, the mortal experience is defined by a terrifying, absolute vulnerability to invisible forces. Human lives are fragile structures, liable to be dismantled by a divine whim they can neither see nor understand. This vulnerability finds its most violent expression in King Athamas. Without warning, his psychological reality is shattered. He is struck by the supernatural, maddening lash of the god Pan and the Furies, plunging him into a sudden, aggressive psychosis. Athamas becomes a prisoner of his own senses. He hears the constant, deafening hiss of snakes and draws his bow to fire arrows at the empty air, desperately trying to wound the wind. The delusion quickly consumes his household. He seizes a nursing goat, convinced he is holding his wife, Ino. He binds the animal's feet and flogs it, entirely unaware that his perception of the world has been overwritten by a divine lie. The madness turns murderous when Athamas spots his young son, Learchus. He no longer sees a child, but a high-horned stag fit for the chase. He pins the boy with an arrow, and with a hunter's delight, decapitates him as if he were common prey. While Athamas stands over the body of his son, his actual wife, Ino, returns home to find her husband covered in blood. In the center of the house, her other infant son, Melocurtes, has already been placed inside a bronze cauldron over a flared-up hearth. Ino snatches the half-scalded infant from the boiling water and sprints from the house. She flees through the 7 chambers of the palace, pursued by a husband who still believes he is on a hunt. Cornered by her own husband on the edge of a cliff, Ino sees no escape on land. Driven by a terror that matches her husband's madness, she dives into the sea with her child, seeking sanctuary in the depths where they eventually transform into minor deities. Within a single afternoon, a royal family is erased. Their destruction isn't the result of a moral failure, but a byproduct of being caught in the gears of a supernatural machine. While Ino plunges into the dark waves, the perspective shifts to Mount Olympus. There, Ino's sister, the goddess Semele, watches the tragedy unfold with a reaction that is entirely removed from human grief. This diagram shows the Greek cosmos's rigid verticality. At the bottom, mortal chaos. At the top, the god's insulated privilege. Semele mocks Ino's submerged fate from the top, boasting her son Dionysus will occupy the upper air. a deity's primary concern remains their relative status. Dionysus himself is far from the reach of the Furies. He is lounging by the Lydian river Pactolus, a place where the water runs with gold, and the only conflict is the playful wrestling of satyrs. For the gods, mortal tragedies are not horrors to be mourned. They are merely data points used to score points in their own eternal, petty rivalries. Even in this idyllic setting, Dionysus experiences a form of obsession that mirrors a Thomas's curse. He is fixated on a mortal youth named Ampelos, a romantic obsession that consumes the god's attention. To maintain this bond, Dionysus employs a specific kind of deception. He hides his divine nature entirely, presenting himself as a mortal peer. So Ampelos never realizes he is interacting with the literal master of the landscape. This obsession is rooted in profound jealousy. Whenever Ampelos hunts or plays music with satyrs, Dionysus fears another admirer might steal the boy's attention. Dionysus begins to rake the youth's life to keep him close. During a wrestling match on the riverbank, the god deliberately allows himself to be pinned in the dust, artificially inflating Ampelos's ego through a carefully staged defeat. The manipulation reaches its height during a foot race. He sets out prizes, shining bronze cymbals, and a twin-throated flute.
He lines up the competitors, Ampelos, Kissos, and Lenius. When the race begins, the mortal reality is undeniable. Kissos and Lenius are naturally faster, surging into the lead, while Ampelos falls behind, legitimately losing the contest. Dionysus cannot tolerate a reality where his favorite loses. He intervenes magically, breathing supernatural strength into Ampelos, while simultaneously tripping the leaders in the mud, ensuring a victory that was never earned. Dionysus operates on an instinct for total control. Even when motivated by affection, his first move is to actively, secretly distort the reality of the person he claims to love. This flowchart maps the outcomes of divine emotion. On the red path, the rage of Pan and the Furies results in the slaughter of a family. On the gold path, the affection of Dionysus results in a rigged foot race. Both outcomes stem from the same central node of divine impulse. In both cases, the mechanism is identical. The gods achieve their goals by forcing mortals to perceive and act upon a hallucinated reality, whether that means seeing a child as a stag or a god as a friend. This creates a terrifying asymmetry. The gods risk nothing by altering the world to suit their moods. The mortals, however, are forced to navigate a landscape where their own senses can be weaponized against them, leading to the loss of their families, their sanity, or their lives. The staggering, unchecked power of the gods is the central threat of these epics. They are entities that rewrite reality to satisfy their own self-centered desires, leaving a trail of human collateral in their wake.
Picture the god of revelry, Dionysus, in an age long before the very first grape was crushed. He isn't the master of the feast yet. Instead, he wanders these ancient, untamed peaks as a love-struck deity, completely consumed by his affection for a mortal. To understand his story, we have to look at how the ancients explained the origins of the natural world. They used what's called an etiological myth, a narrative device where the physical features of the earth, from winding rivers to the first crops, are born directly out of deep personal tragedy. In this early mythological timeline, the landscape is empty. The riverbanks lack reeds, the riverbeds are devoid of gold, and the earth lacks any vines. It is a canvas waiting to be painted. Supplying the earth with its greatest agricultural gifts requires a heavy toll. For the soil to yield life, an immortal being must first endure the ultimate mortal punishment, a permanently broken heart. The source of Dionysus's affection is a beautiful human youth named Ampelos. Looking closely at the towering god beside the fragile boy, you see an immediate imbalance. One is entirely invulnerable, the other is destined to die. Dionysus shelters the boy in a protective embrace, indulging his every whim. They spend their days roaming the woodlands, running races and hunting wild beasts, with the god constantly guarding his companion. But the god knows the limits of his protection. He gives Ampelos a strict warning. He may ride alongside the panthers and bears without fear, but he must strictly avoid the ruthless horns of bulls. Winning the favor of a god cannot shield a human from their predetermined fate. When a mortal steps out of their lane and mingles with the divine, it only guarantees that their inevitable downfall will be spectacular. The first major transformation of the landscape begins with a simple game. Dionysus challenges his young friend to a swimming race in the rushing river Pactolus. The immortal easily matches the boy's pace, but intentionally holds back. He allows Ampelos to pull ahead and win, encouraging the youth's radiant body to supposedly gild the water with his brilliance. As the boy swims, the rushing river absorbs his beauty. The water physically changes, permanently infusing the currents of the Pactolus with a rich, metallic gold that gleams in the sun. But victory has a dangerous side effect. Emboldened by beating a deity, Ampelos mimics Dionysus. He wraps himself in animal skins, recklessly rides backs of wild bears and tigers, playing the master. When an all-powerful being constantly indulges a mortal's pride, it creates a lethal illusion. The young boy begins to believe he is truly invincible, a delusion that leads him straight toward his own execution. The dark goddess Ate, representing ruin and delusion, spots the boy's inflated ego. Disguised as a peer, she taunts him, claiming he isn't a true master unless he can first tame the heavy, muscular power of an unyoked mountain bull. Taking the bait, Ampelos climbs onto a massive stray bull. He weaves a mock bridle out of flowers, looks up at the night sky, and foolishly boasts to the moon goddess Selene that he is her equal as a driver of horned beasts. Selene watches through the jealous air and strikes back. She sends a gadfly to sting it. The animal instantly flies into a frenzy, violently bucks the boy off its spine, and pins him to the earth with its sharpened horns. The boy is left lifeless in the dirt. It is a harsh rule of this ancient universe. Whenever mortal arrogance directly challenges the established hierarchy of the cosmos, the punishment is swift and total. Dionysus races to the scene, only to find his companion's shattered body. In his grief, the god realizes a bitter truth. He commands the wild, he shapes the earth, but no amount of gleaming wealth or divine power can bribe Hades to return the dead. To comfort the mourning god, Eros arrives and tells him an older tale of two young youths, Calamos and Carpos, who raced each other in the dark, winding currents of the Meander River. Their race ended in tragedy. A violent wind swept Carpos away, forcing water into his lungs. Escaping the storm, Calamos found his beloved dead, and overwhelmed by loss, threw himself back into the flood to drink his father's child-killing water. But their tragic deaths were not final. From this double tragedy, Carpos grew out of the soil as the first harvest crops, while the grieving Calamos was transformed into the tall reeds that lined the riverbanks. This reveals the uncompromising logic governing the mythology. The natural world demands an exchange. Its most vital, beautiful creations only take root when they are fertilized by the blood and tears of those who fall early. Back in the present, Dionysus kneels over the dust. He wraps his own purple robe around Ampelos and weeps. And as the immortal god mourns, his sorrow acts as a catalyst over the boy's broken body. He takes fragrant ambrosia, the food of the gods, and carefully pours it directly into the fatal wounds inflicted by the bull. The youth does not open his eyes. Instead, the fragrant liquid begins to change his physical form. From his rosy flesh and spilled blood, a creeping, vibrant green tendril sprouts and begins to curl outward. Divine intervention in the face of death does not hit the rewind button. Rather, it redirects the course of decay, forcing a brand new, eternal form of life to pull itself up out of the wreckage. A moment of wonder. This transmutation sends a ripple across the cosmos. The hours, the divine daughters who represent the changing seasons, gather together and march toward the house of the sun. Among them is the leader of the fruitful dance, the autumn hour. But right now, her body is lean. She lacks the golden whorls and the rich purple dew that define the harvest. She is barren because her defining feature does not yet exist. She is waiting for the destined time, waiting for the shattered body of Ampelos to finish its ascent from the soil and become the earth's very first grapevine. To the ancient mind, the natural world was a monument to loss. The sweet ecstasy of wine and the communal joy of the autumn harvest only exist because an immortal god was forced to bury the mortal he loved.
Imagine the ancient Greek cosmos operating as a strictly functional system. The hours drive the sun across the sky, the seasons turn on schedule, and the earth produces its necessary crops. But in this early architecture of the universe, the wine-bearing cluster is entirely missing. The gods have already distributed the tools for human survival. Demeter provides grain for bread, and Athena offers the olive for oil. These gifts sustain the physical body, but offer no remedy for the internal devastation of loss. In Greek myth, unmediated grief was a petrifying force, like Niobe, the grieving mother transformed into a conscious stone who wept even as a rock. When Dionysus loses his beloved companion Ampelos, he falls into this exact state of paralyzing, life-halting sorrow. Overwhelmed by the boy's death, the god of revelry goes silent. He forsakes the lyre and the dance, creating a void of joy that threatens to pull the rest of the universe into his depression. Without a mechanism to process mourning, the cosmos reached a stalemate. Even immortal beings were vulnerable to a permanent emotional freeze, proving that a universe with only survival staples was fundamentally incomplete. Because the gods are tied to the environment, Dionysus's internal silence triggers a massive ecological reaction. Nature enters a state of sympathetic stagnation. The great rivers Hermus and Pactolus respond by withholding their floods. As seen in this perfectly still water, the currents refuse to flow, capturing the gods' frozen state within the landscape itself. Even the evergreen trees, Apollo's laurel and Athena's olive, shake their leaves to the ground. The biological cycles of the earth essentially halt. This environmental freeze confirms that survival crops like corn and olives are useless if the divine spirit that drives the world is broken by grief. The magnitude of this divine gridlock forces the fates to intervene. They declare that Ampelos will not cross the river of the dead, essentially granting him a unique afterlife on Earth. Atropos, the fate responsible for life's finality, manipulates the unbent threads of destiny to change the boy's end. She reweaves his fate, transforming him into sweet nectar, a chthonic copy of the god's ambrosia, a physical remedy for the living. The dead boy's body begins to alter into a plant. As seen in this marble portrait, his curls swell into clusters of grapes, and his fingertips shoot forth as thin, climbing tendrils. According to this myth, wine was not an agricultural discovery, but a desperate cosmic reordering. The vine was engineered to ensure the youth lived on as a permanent medicine for the god. From this transformation, the first wild vineyard emerges. The new fruit winds around neighboring trees, drowning the landscape in wine-dark bands of dense purple fruit. A mountain snake slithers up to the heavy clusters, milking the purple nectar between its jaws. As the liquid dyes the serpent's beard a ruddy red, it exhibits the universe's first symptoms of intoxication. Dionysus hollows out stone cliffs to create a deep trench. This rock-carved basin, seen here, provided the blueprints for every winepress that followed. The god performs the first extraction, squeezing the delightful dew from the fruit until his white fingers turn red. He drinks the result from a curved bull's horn, tasting his transformed friend for the first time. This transition from stone-carved press to liquid nectar provided the first functional escape from the emotional paralysis that had frozen the world. Dionysus declares that his great giving crop has conquered the gifts of the other gods. He argues that his vine possesses a power that neither the olive nor the corn can match. While oil is for athletes and grain is for hunger, only wine allows a man to shake off the grim swelling of grief. It addresses the spirit where other crops only address the stomach. This fragrant medicine functioned as a technology for mental liberation, a way for both gods and mortals to finally process the pain of existence. The silent mourning of Act 1 is replaced by rhythmic, ecstatic motion. A troupe of satyrs begins crushing grapes to the rhythm of Ioyo's songs, their feet beating out the first sounds of celebration. This ancient painting captures the resulting mind-wandering intoxication. The followers of Dionysus pursue nymphs and enter a sleepless feast, using the drink to entirely forget their former cares. This divine disruptor, born directly from the physical remains of a tragic death, ensured that neither gods nor humans would ever be paralyzed by sorrow again.
Dionysus is the son of Zeus, but the gates of Olympus remain barred against him. While the other gods look down from the peaks, he remains a figure of the earth, unproven and unseated. Through the goddess Rhea, Zeus issues a demand. Immortality will not be a gift of birthright, it must be a prize of toil. Dionysus is told he must match the labors of Apollo and Hermes before the hours will unclose the gates of heaven. The required labor is a campaign of total conquest. He is ordered to sweep through Asia and crush the Indian race, replacing their ancient laws with the wine-dark fruitage of his own rights. To gather the necessary force, the goddess Rhea dispatches Pyrrhicus, a herald who dances in brazen hide. He is sent to scour every seat of the earth, from Europe to the deepest reaches of Asia, to call in every mythic debt. This creates a global draft, a catalogue of ships that spans the entire known world. On this map, we can track the mobilization as it pulls kings and monsters from their homes and directs them toward a single point of assembly. Zeus is demanding more than worship. He is demanding a general. For Dionysus, the path to the stars begins with a march into the east. The muster begins on the Greek mainland. This map shows the first clusters of traditional power, the high-towered cities and sea-fringed coasts that provide the army's core of heavy infantry. The hunter Actaeon is the first to arrive, bringing the ranks of the Boeotians from the seven-mouthed ground of Thebes and the grape-rich fields of Arne. Following them is the Athenian line, led by Erechtheus. These soldiers are framed by their divine connection to Athena, marching as the chosen breed of Cecrops to uphold the honor of their city. The draft even pulls from the soil itself. Iacchos arrives leading the Myrmidons, a battalion of men who were, until recently, a colony of ants. At Zeus's command, their paltry, many-footed forms shifted into a mailed phalanx. These mainland forces provide the crusade with a foundation of heavy bronze and ancestral discipline, anchoring the host with the traditional weight of Greek warfare. As the mobilization expands, the map pans south and east. The draft now crosses the Mediterranean, pulling in the legends of the islands and the powerful tribes of the African coast. Asterius leads the contingent from hundred-citied Crete. He brings the strength of King Minos's lineage, though the fates already decree that he will never see his native caverns again. In Libya, the call is answered by the descendants of Cadmus. These fighters come from a network of 100 stone-towered cities, built where the hero once lay with Harmonia under the golden fruit of the Hesperides. The most significant addition is Aristeus, the god of bees. He arrives slow and last, having previously stood as a direct rival to Dionysus in a contest for the favor of the gods. Olympus had once compared their two gifts. While the gods acknowledged the skill of the honeybee, they found the acrid surfeit of the honey cloying. They chose instead the tireless stream of the wine cup, giving Dionysus the victory. Now Aristeus carries his bow for the wine god. One by one, the older powers of the wild and the former rivals of the feast are falling into Dionysus' line of march. Crossing into Asia Minor, the army sheds its traditional appearance. In the lands of Cyprus, Lydia, and Phrygia, the host begins to look less like a military unit and more like a force of nature. The shaggy satyrs, the blood of centaurs, and mountain-running corybants flood the ranks. These are not men of the city. They are the wild attendants of the god, wrapped in ox hides and wine-purple robes. The Lydian battalions introduce a new form of combat.
They move in time to subtle strokes of the heel, replacing the javelin with the power of the voice and the shield with synchronized dance. Their music serves as their artillery. Instead of trumpets, the Mygdonian lyre and twin pipes signal the onset, while bronze cymbals provide a heavy double crash that thundered through the streets of the assembly. By combining these rhythmic, intoxicated forces with the armored Greeks, Dionysus has successfully blurred the line between a military formation and a global bacchanal. Look at the completed map. From the shores of Sicily to the plains of Phrygia, every node is now linked. This is a unified host gathered from 3 continents, standing ready for the signal to advance. The result is a volatile army of contradictions, disciplined Athenian spearmen marching alongside earthborn monsters and the rhythmic dancers of the East. The thyrsus, the staff of vines Dionysus carries, is redefined here. In this muster, it is described not as a symbol of the vineyard, but as a minister of vengeance and a war thyrsus held in the hand of a commander. The wine-dark fruitage he brings to the east is not a suggestion of peace. It is a mandate backed by the combined weight of this mythic assembly. The catalogue of ships is closed. Dionysus has built the machine required to break a kingdom and claim a throne. Now he must lead it into the east.
Modern pop culture often portrays Dionysus as a soft, chubby figure, defined by a cup of wine and a life of endless, relaxed parties. The ancient epic, known as the Dionysiaca, presents a different reality. In this text, Dionysus appears as a ruthless warlord launching a cosmic invasion of India. He bypasses traditional recruitment, marshaling a supernatural coalition of wild nature, mythological beasts, and untamed elements. He wages war through an apocalyptic clash between structured human civilization and the raw, unpredictable forces of the wild. The opposing Indian military, led by generals like Astraeus, relies on heavy armor and rigid discipline. The goddess Hera exploits this reliance on tradition. In disguise, she approaches the Indian leaders and convinces them that Dionysus's force of women and satyrs lacks the weapons to pose a threat. The Indian generals look across the field at a horde dressed in animal pelts and anticipate a lopsided slaughter. They see no bronze, no shields, and no recognizable formation. A slaughter is indeed approaching, but the Indian ranks are the intended targets. They are marching directly into a lethal trap of mythic, lopsided conflict. The battlefield spans vast mountain ranges. The goddess Rhea sweeps across these rugged peaks, summoning massive, bizarre creatures down into the Bacchic ranks. This strategy utilizes unconventional, chaotic tactics to exploit the specific vulnerabilities of a highly structured military. For heavy infantry, Dionysus deploys earthborn cyclopes. These giants ignore standard spears, instead ripping rocky peaks from the earth to hurl mountains and fiery brands into the enemy formations. Behind the giants, the half-goat Panis and earthborn Koribants initiate a campaign of overwhelming acoustic warfare. They flood the field with the sound of bronze cymbals, ox-hide drums, and savage animal roars. The volume creates a wall of noise that prevents Indian commanders from hearing or issuing orders. Environmental and psychological terror shatters the enemy's structural integrity and communication before the first melee begins. Dionysus follows this chaos with his vanguard, the Maenads. These are human women driven into a state of weaponized, divine frenzy by the god. This madness serves as a physical advantage. These women register no pain, walking barefoot over jagged, trackless rocks and thorns without slowing or sustaining wounds. Driven by superhuman strength, they flay live bulls with their bare hands and decapitate towering camels with a single swing. They carry the thyrsus, a staff made of ivy leaves and pine cones that conceals a lethal iron-forged spike. These organic weapons possess the power to shatter traditional bronze armor, subverting the established rules of ancient metallurgy and combat. By stripping away physical limitations, Dionysian madness transforms human shock troops into an unnatural force that breaks the disciplined Indian lines. At the battle's gruesome peak, the Indian ranks collapse. The Astacid Lake and its surrounding rivers run thick with the gore of the defeated army. Facing the total massacre of his foes, Dionysus alters his strategy. At the moment of their destruction,
the god decides to deploy his final, most effective weapon. He instantly transforms the blood-soaked lake and the surrounding rivers into a fragrant, tawny golden flow of pure wine. This act reveals the god's true supremacy, the ability to instantly rewrite the laws of reality. A dying Indian soldier drinks from this honey-sweet river flowing across the battlefield. The drink has a profound psychological effect. The soldier forgets the war, he forgets his own wounds, and his fallen comrades, consumed only by a desire for more. The Greeks viewed wine as a divine, overwhelming force of nature that overpowers human reason. Dionysus achieves a victory that spans the physical and the psychological. He destroys the body through violence, and then seduces the mind. The ultimate power of the god of wine is the total surrender and dissolution of the human will.
When we think of ancient mythological conflicts, we usually picture bronze-clad heroes clashing with spears, or lovers won through impossible trials and divine beauty. Victory in these stories is typically earned by the strong, the clever, or the favored. But the 15th book of Nonnos' Dionysiaca throws out the heroic playbook entirely. Here, iron swords are completely useless against a divine strike, and romantic attraction operates as a violent, terminal disease. Curious, two strange contradictory events happen back-to-back in this text. First, a heavily armed military force is neutralized without a single drop of blood being spilled. Pages later, a peaceful, unarmed teenager is brutally murdered in the middle of an empty forest. To understand why Nonnos paired these events, we have to look at them as a diptych, a literary structure made of two contrasting halves meant to be viewed side by side. On one side, we have physical intoxication. On the other, psychological intoxication. Read together, these two stories prove a terrifying point about the ancient gods. When a deity decides to weaponize intoxication, whether it takes the form of alcohol or desire, human agency is instantly erased. Resistance becomes literally impossible. The first half of our diptych opens on a battlefield. Dionysus is facing down an invading Indian army. Instead of spears, the god of chaos launches an unconventional environmental strike. He turns the local river into a rushing torrent of deep red wine. The exhausted soldiers, suffering from intense thirst, drop to the mud and scoop up the liquid. Within seconds, the high-proof current overwhelms their senses, and the entire army descends into a violent collective hallucination. Their reality fractures completely. One soldier tackles a threatening bull by the horns, convinced he has captured Dionysus himself in chains. Another pulls a blade and furiously shaves the beard off a mountain goat, believing he is beheading one of the god's horned satyrs. They fight trees, they chase deer, and attack shadows. Then the adrenaline crashes. The manic energy burns out, leaving thousands of heavily armed men collapsed across the forest floor in a deep, paralyzing stupor. The entire military apparatus is reduced to a chorus of drunken snoring beneath the oak trees. With the enemy helpless, Dionysus gives his final order. He doesn't slaughter them in their sleep. Instead, he commands his followers to strip the soldiers of their armor and bind them peacefully using twisting vines, grape clusters, and ivy. By weaponizing the landscape itself, Dionysus neutralizes a military threat without inflicting a single casualty. In this case, the total loss of control brought on by divine madness actually saved lives, offering a bloodless alternative to the brutal reality of ancient warfare. The second half of the diptych shifts our focus away from the macro scale of war to the micro scale of individuals, zooming in on the deep, trackless woods and the devastating consequences of a very different kind of poison. We meet Nicaea. She is an absolute rejection of societal expectations, a virgin huntress who treats her bow like a loom and her arrows like spindles. She refuses to hunt gentle deer and instead stands calmly beside full-grown lions who bow their heads to her in submission. Grazing his cattle nearby is a young, peaceful herdsman named Hymnus. The moment he sees the snow-bright huntress moving through the trees, the god of love, Eros, strikes. Hymnus is instantly infected with an all-consuming desire. His psychological breakdown is rapid. Hymnus drops his shepherd's crook and abandons his herd entirely, leaving his cattle to wander lost in the marshes. His only remaining impulse is to obsessively track Nicaea through the crags, watching the wind catch her tunic as she hunts. The obsession quickly detaches him from reality. He begins to fetishize the very tools of her violence, wishing out loud that he were the bowstring she pulls against her chest or the arrow she holds in her hands. He kisses her breathless nets and pleads with the ancient oaks and laurel trees to somehow intervene on his behalf. Finally, the madness drives him out of hiding. Hymnus confronts Nicaea and gives her a horrific ultimatum: love him or kill him. If he cannot touch her, he begs her to bury a spear in his throat or an arrow in her heart, viewing her lethal weapons as the only physical connection she will allow him. Nicaea feels no pity. Blazing with wrath, she draws her bow and, right in the middle of his desperate speech, looses the arrow directly into his chest. The boy dies instantly. The contrast is brutal. The god of chaos showed mercy, easily disarming thousands of hostile soldiers and leaving them to sleep it off. Meanwhile, a mortal huntress ruthlessly executes an unarmed boy, whose only crime was falling under the spell of divine desire. The environment itself recoils at the execution. The moment Hymnus hits the ground, the natural order fractures in mourning. The local river nymphs break down in tears. The ancient elm and pine trees groan in the wind, and even the apex predators of the forest, the wolves, the bears, and the lions, weep openly over the slaughtered herdsmen. Nicaea's action is an act of total hubris. By executing Hymnus, she attempts to physically strike down the very instinct of desire, setting her individual will against the elemental forces that govern the cosmos. And the gods are watching. High above the forest floor, Eros looks down at the bleeding corpse of his pawn. Furious at this act of defiance, the god of love throws down his bow. He swears a binding oath of vengeance over the boy's body. He promises that the unwilling, blood-guilty Nicaea will be broken, vowing to force her into the intoxicating yoke of Dionysus. Ultimately, Nonnos reveals a world where the human will is an illusion. Whether a god offers a merciful, vine-bound slumber or a crushing curse of vengeance, the result is the total surrender of the self. In the face of divine intoxication, you either flow with the tide or you are shattered by it. We usually picture Dionysus as the jovial god of the vine, constantly surrounded by revelry and celebration. But when Eros drives an arrow into his heart, that party-loving exterior dissolves into an intense, paralyzing obsession. Nicaea spends her days as a sweat-drenched huntress among the cliffs, a disciple of Artemis who guards her boundaries with lethal force. She is a target who actively defends her autonomy against any intrusion. Approaching her carries lethal stakes. Just recently, a mortal herdsman named Hymnus made the mistake of declaring his love for her, and without hesitation, Nicaea killed him for it. This creates a total gridlock. A deity accustomed to commanding immediate devotion is completely halted by a mortal who refuses to be charmed, intimidated, or possessed. Dionysus initially tries the conventional mythological playbook. He paces behind her, offering to turn his panther skins into her bedsheets. He promises her 60 exotic handmaids and a canopy of vines to shade her from the sun. Nicaea shouts him down. She mocks his soft hair and unarmed woman-shaped body, telling him she would sooner marry the armored god of war than a weakling carrying a thyrsus. She makes her boundaries physical, explicitly threatening to plant a spear in his skin, shoot him with her arrows, or lock him in iron bonds if he doesn't stop following her. Charm, bargaining, and divine authority bounce right off her. Dionysus is stripped of his usual leverage, leaving a desperate power vacuum that forces him to engineer a completely different kind of weapon. He attempts to track her across the treacherous mountain ridges, matching her stride for stride, but she is a conditioned athlete of the wilderness, easily outpacing him and stealing her tracks from the rock. His humiliation reaches its peak when the natural world itself begins to taunt him. An ancient ash tree shouts down from the canopy, mocking the supposedly powerful god for terrifiedly begging a mortal girl. The tree reminds Dionysus that his father, Zeus, didn't bother with sweet persuasion to win women like Semele or Danae. Zeus simply took what he wanted through brute force and disguise. Unable to use force, Dionysus notices the environment doing the work for him. The blistering sun is scorching Nicaea's flesh, drying out her lips and creating an overwhelming physical thirst. He abandons psychological manipulation and physical pursuit. Instead, he targets the one vulnerability she cannot train away, her biological need for water. Nicaea heads for a familiar mountain spring to drink. Before she arrives, Dionysus infects the water supply, turning the clear current into a potent, heavy river of wine. Unaware of the trap, she drinks deeply from the current. Almost instantly, her vision doubles, her balance fails, and she crashes into the dust in a heavy, unnatural stupor. Stripped of her agency, her weapons, and her consciousness by a chemical trick, she is completely defenseless. Dionysus creeps out from the brush and assaults the unconscious huntress. He isn't the only one in the woods. Pan and a satyr hide in the nearby bushes, watching the entire crime unfold. Rather than horror, Pan feels deep envy at Dionysus's success. Pan explicitly praises this new invention, wishing he had this drug of love to force his own will upon unwilling nymphs. In its mythological debut, alcohol is framed directly as a calculated chemical weapon designed for subjugation. Nicaea wakes to find her headband drenched in the dew of bridehood. The realization hits her immediately. Water, sleep, and wine conspired to steal the autonomy she had guarded with her life. She violently scores her own rosy cheeks with her nails. The psychological devastation is so absolute, she searches the cliffs for a beam to hang herself from, or a ledge to throw herself off. Denied even the closure of a target, she scans the ridges for her attacker. Finding no one, she frantically looses arrows into the empty air, trying to kill a god she cannot reach. Classical myths often resolve these encounters with the mortal woman eventually accepting her divine fate. Nicaea never does. Her story freezes on a note of pure, unresolvable psychological trauma and righteous fury. The assault leaves an inescapable physical consequence. Nicaea is forced to carry and deliver Dionysus's child, a daughter named Telete, who ironically becomes the goddess of night dancing and Bacchic revelry. Dionysus cements his victory in stone. He builds a sprawling city by the lake and names it Nicaea, permanently branding his victim's legacy with his own triumph. That legacy is stamped into the actual geography of the region. The modern settlement and the vast lake it sits beside still carry the weight of this forced foundation. At its mythological inception, wine exists as a calculated chemical weapon. It was engineered to serve as a biological bypass, capable of dismantling the immovable boundaries of a woman who refused to say yes. Under the command of Dariades and General Orontes, the Indian Empire fielded an army defined by strict structure and heavy metallurgy. Thousands of men marched in tightly disciplined lines, weighed down by forged bronze cuirasses and carrying iron-tipped spears. Opposing them was an invading force led by the god Dionysus, and it looked nothing like a traditional military. His vanguard consisted of wild animals, a troop of half-human satyrs, and female worshippers known as maenads, none of whom wore a single piece of armor. This diagram breaks down the severe material disparity. On the left, the standard Indian weapon, a forged iron broadsword designed to pierce flesh. On the right, the primary weapon of Dionysus, a thyrsus. It's a wooden staff capped with a pine cone, wrapped in living ivy. By every accepted rule of ancient tactical engagement, this conflict should have ended in minutes. A mass of unarmored individuals carrying sticks and musical instruments, charging into a phalanx of heavily armed, highly disciplined soldiers, results in an immediate slaughter. The expectation of that slaughter relies on a basic assumption of the ancient world, that martial dominance belongs exclusively to forged steel and physical force. Dionysus was about to test that assumption. Dionysus did not march his unarmored followers directly into the Indian spear wall. Instead of fighting the army on their terms, he manipulated the environment they relied on to survive. This diagram maps Dionysus weaponizing the Indian force's freshwater river with a liquid drug. The blue river turns deep red, transmuted into wine. Exhausted troops drank eagerly. The alcohol rapidly shut down their nervous systems, collapsing them into paralyzing sleep. With the vanguard rendered comatose, actual combat was non-existent. The unarmed Bacchic women simply walked among the snoring elite warriors, lifted the incapacitated men onto their shoulders, and hauled them away as prisoners of war. Dionysus dismantled a military vanguard without breaking a single shield. He bypassed their heavy armor entirely, securing an initial victory through biological manipulation. When the surviving Indian reserves finally forced a direct hand-to-hand clash on the mountain slopes of Taurus, the established laws of physics and metallurgy broke down entirely. The organic material carried by the Bacchic worshippers acted with impossible kinetic force. As this slow-motion sequence illustrates, a supple green vine, swung by an unarmored Maenad, whips against a rigid bronze breastplate, cleanly shattering the metal. The physical mutations of Dionysus's followers also overwhelmed conventional infantry. They bypassed handheld weapons entirely, charging forward to impale armored soldiers on the sharp points of their own bullhorns, tossing fully grown men into the air. Even local flora became lethal artillery. They hurled raw pine cones and heavy grape clusters, treating soft fruit as projectiles, crushing solid helmets and rendering shield walls useless. The Bacchic forces weaponized the natural world itself. When divine energy accelerates soft organic matter to these extremes, traditional military technology offers zero protection. Watching his army disintegrate, General Orontes launched a desperate direct assault against Dionysus. He sought to prove that a heavily armed human could still strike down an unarmored opponent with cold steel. Orontes hurled his heavy iron spear straight at the god's chest. The moment the sharp iron point touched Dionysus's soft animal hide tunic, the heavy metal bent back on itself, warping as if it had struck a wall of solid lead. Dionysus countered by thrusting a single small cluster of grapes into Orontes' chest. The delicate fruit violently tore apart the heavy iron cuirass, leaving the general completely naked, yet it never grazed the skin or drew a single drop of blood. To strip the top military commander of his armor with a piece of fruit, while leaving him physically unharmed, was the ultimate display of psychological dominance. Rigid, militaristic strength shattered against fluid, divine power. Orontes could not process a reality where his tactical superiority was rendered meaningless by leaves and vines. Stripped of his armor and pride, he drew his sword, drove it into his stomach, and plunged into the river, swallowed by rushing water. As the Indian general drowned in his despair, the Bacchic forces focused on recovery. The healer Aristeus moved through the ranks of the Maenads, crushing century and other wild herbs to extract their juices, using Apollo's botanical science to quickly mend the few wounds his side had sustained. Dionysus also extended his power to his surviving enemies. When the Indian commander Blimus bent his knee and offered an olive branch, Dionysus raised him up and relocated his people to the fertile plains of Arabia, establishing them in prosperous soil to cultivate new agricultural societies. The conflict on the banks of the Orontes River reveals a duality in the Dionysiaca. The god of the vine operates with a fluid, intoxicating power that can dismantle forged iron without weapons. Yet, once the illusion of human military supremacy is broken, that power shifts, planting seeds for a flourishing world. King Staphylos ruled his domain from a windy chariot over the serried cities of Assyria. When he heard that the god Dionysus was passing through his lands with a wild, ironless army of satyrs, the mortal king rode out to intercept him. The Assyrian court he brought the god back to was a marvel of ancient wealth. Its floors were inlaid with stones mimicking the sun and moon, its walls veined with silver ore, and its towering gates bore delicate shapes carved into fresh-cut ivory. To invite an Olympian into your home was to play a dangerous game of xenia, the sacred Greek law of hospitality. Getting it wrong had catastrophic consequences. Centuries earlier, King Lycaon tried to test the gods by carving up his own son and serving him at the dinner table. Zeus responded by turning him into a wolf and nearly wiping out his entire line. Staphylos, however, offered flawless reverence. He tracked the standing footprints of the god and begged Dionysus to step within his halls. In return for this perfect welcome, the god of the vine rewarded the Assyrian court with a miracle they had never seen before, the very first taste of wine. The palace immediately descended into a state of unfamiliar euphoria.
Old servants tossed their gray hair and spun upright from the floor. The queen, Methe, took a heavy draught, lost her balance entirely, and had to be caught by a passing backhand just to stay on her feet. For a brief moment, the court was awash in a sweetness it had never known. But in the world of the Olympians, such unshielded mortal joy is a rare, fleeting occurrence. As evening fell, the two-colored air darkened and silent night clad the sky. The cymbals stopped clanging, drunken revelers collapsed onto couches, and the roaring palace went dead quiet. Dionysus fell asleep, but his rest was shattered by a violent vision. A massive, savage lion with a mad open throat leapt from a thicket, chasing him all the way to the sea. The beast then turned on his female followers, ripping into them with its claws and trampling their sacred symbols into the dust. The slaughter in the dream only ended when the goddess Artemis intervened. She captured the beast alive, binding it tight in twining vines before a fiery lightning bolt struck it blind. For a god, a nightmare is a blueprint. This was a divine premonition, a literal look at the blood soon to be spilled by a king named Lycurgus. Even the god of ecstasy, who arrived bearing grapes and sweet breezes, found himself trapped in a pantheon whose primary language was brutal cosmic warfare. At daybreak, the joyful host from the night before was gone. King Staphylos confronted Dionysus, ignoring the miracle of the wine. Instead, he demanded the god prove his divine bloodline by marching on the Indian king Daryades and scattering his armies. To motivate him, the mortal king recited a piece of terrifying family history. He reminded Dionysus of the ancient time his mighty father, Zeus, had to slaughter the primordial, earth-born monster, Campe. Campe was a walking nightmare. She had 1,000 creeping adders for feet, 50 varied beast heads blooming, and a self-coiling scorpion tail, dripping poison down her spine. Staphylos made his expectations clear. Pouring wine wasn't enough. He demanded Dionysus become a reaper of hostile harvests, showing the destructive authority of Zeus and the bloodlust of his brother Ares. The Assyrian king even provided a recent gruesome benchmark. Just yesterday, the hero Perseus had visited this exact same palace, triumphantly holding the severed head of Medusa aloft. Staphylos wanted a matching victory from Dionysus. Hearing these tales, Dionysus gave in. His divine insecurity flared. Jealous of his father's violent glory, he sent a direct threat to the Indian forces: submit or face total destruction. Mortal expectations and the legacy of his father forced a god who only wanted to share the joy of the vine into becoming a reluctant warlord. Before the bloodshed began, Dionysus mounted his panther-drawn chariot and left the palace. He spent the day traveling across the arid Syrian cliffs and riverbanks, offering the cluster-bearing blossom of the vine to everyone he met. He returned to the palace that evening, his heart still shaken with victorious hope. He fully expected to sit back down at the laden board and resume the roaring feast. Instead, he walked into a scene of absolute devastation. The palace servants were wailing aloud, violently rending their garments down across their breasts. The queen's beauty was suddenly withered, her cheeks drained of their purple fire. There was no invading army, no monster had attacked. King Staphylos had simply died of natural causes while the god was away. The god who could turn water to wine and grant the gift of sleep now stood before a silence he could not break. All his nectar and miracles were irrelevant against the basic fact of a mortal heart that had simply stopped beating. The wine-dark gift that brought the palace to its feet was the same liquid now being poured out in mourning. The highest ecstasy and the deepest grief were coming from the exact same cup. In the traditional ancient Greek epic, the death of a king is met with martial displays. Think of the Iliad. Mourning requires stoicism, spilled blood, and fatal spear combat in honor of the fallen. The 19th book of Nonnos' Dionysiaca begins with a similar tragedy. King Staphylos has died from sickness, leaving his kingdom without a leader. His widow, Methe, and his son, Batris, are paralyzed. They face a twofold grief: the loss of a husband and father, and the departure of their protector, leaving them voiceless in the shadow of the tomb. Then Dionysus arrives at the stone tomb. He is a god of wine and revelry, stepping into a space that the epic tradition usually reserves for somber, blood-soaked rites. This sets up a central tension. Will the god of wine submit to the brutal rules of ancient mourning, or does he bring a different way to confront the reality of death? Dionysus makes his first move by replacing the traditional wailing. He hands the mother and son cups of vintage wine, an immediate, mind-altering antidote to sorrow intended to lull their grief into sleep. He grants the family linguistic immortality, mapping their names to the vine. Staphylos becomes the cluster, Botrytis the grape, and Mathe the state of drunkenness. Embedding their names into the harvest ensures drinking will always carry their memory, bypassing the need for stone monuments. With the family consoled, Dionysus announces the funeral games. He issues a strict formal decree, explicitly banning traditional martial gear, the spear, the breastplate, and the discus, from the competition. By shifting the victory from spilled blood to feet that love to play, Dionysus replaces the battlefield standard of heroism with a creative measure of excellence. The first event is a harmonious contest of song. Dionysus calls forward two lyre masters, Oiagros and Erechtheus, to compete for the prize. Oiagros wins by choosing a specific theme for his hymn. Instead of singing of violent war, he performs a beautiful, harmonious song about the god Apollo reviving the dead Hyacinthus. For this performance, Dionysus awards Oiagros an unyoked bull. It is a prize that honors skill and harmony rather than the spoils of a battlefield. By focusing on divine revival, Oiagros shows that even in the face of death, memory can be built on the imagery of restoration rather than the wreckage of war. The main event is the ecstatic dance. The aged Marin and the horned Silenus step up to compete for a massive golden bowl filled with 4-year-old wine. The rules for this contest require a strictly silent pantomime. The competitors must tell complex stories of the gods, using only their bare hands, their eyes, and their shifting postures. Silenus pushes his body to a physical extreme, bending his body backward into a severe, rounded arch, his brow hanging just inches above the dirt. He sustains this intense display until his knees finally give way. As he collapses and rolls, the exhaustion triggers a burst of Dionysian magic. A physical metamorphosis takes place. His horns become wave crests, and his belly becomes a fish basin. His hair transforms into long reeds, and the dancer dissolves entirely into the rushing water of a new, wild river. This transformation is the ultimate proof of Dionysus's power. He takes the chaotic energy of the dance and turns it into a permanent, living feature of the natural world. The games conclude in peace. Maron claims the golden bowl, and the entire spectacle ends without a single drop of blood being spilled. The Bacchic tradition honors the defeated rather than shaming them. Maron takes his prize and pours a libation of wine directly into the swirling currents of the new Silenus River. This final image of flowing wine and water stands in direct opposition to the corpse-strewn battlefields that close traditional epics. In the context of the Dionysiaca, this scene changes what it means to be a hero. It shifts the focus from the glory of taking a life to the skill of honoring one through art. Dionysus offers a final, different response to the tomb. Instead of a blood oath, he leaves behind a dance, proposing that the most durable answer to loss is an ecstatic, living celebration. Deep inside his fragrant halls, Dionysus lounges in Murex purple splendor. Surrounded by his followers, the god of wine presides over an endless feast, completely insulated from the violence of the outside world. But his existence is a constant insult to Queen Hera. Dionysus is the product of Zeus's affair with a mortal woman, famously carried to term inside Zeus's own thigh. For Hera, he is a living, breathing monument to her husband's infidelity. This diagram showing the symbols of the Greek pantheon highlights his stark outlier status. On one side, we see the traditional metrics of divine success: spears, shields, and the blood of titans. On the other, Dionysus carries only a thyrsus, wine cups, and ivy. Because he avoids battle, the rest of the pantheon treats him as a joke. Athena, born from Zeus's head and steeped in warfare, views him as an effeminate laggard. Apollo mocks him for driving chariots pulled by deer instead of war horses. Hera wants him publicly humiliated or dead. But a direct assault is a logistical nightmare. Dionysus rarely travels alone. His stronghold is guarded by a massive retinue of fiercely devoted satyrs, bacchants, and a vanguard of magical lions and panthers. Brute force would fail. To draw the god of wine out of his safe haven, Hera has to engineer a psychological conspiracy tailored specifically to his insecurities. She starts by invading his sleep. Hera sends the spirit of strife into Dionysus's dreams to aggressively shame him. The spirit berates him for his bloodless dances and coldly lists the massive, violent kills achieved by his siblings, like Apollo and Athena. The nightmare works perfectly. Dionysus wakes up trembling, utterly terrified of his own inadequacy. He immediately overcompensates, strapping on a star-backed shield, handing out weapons to his followers, and yoking his panthers for war. Driven by panic, he marches this newly weaponized, chaotic army of revelers out of their comfortable halls and straight into the harsh expanses of Arabia. Waiting in this territory is Hera's chosen instrument, King Lycurgus. If Dionysus represents the celebration of life, Lycurgus embodies pure, unadulterated violence. Lycurgus is a blood-soaked psychopath who hunts lost travelers. He slaughters them on an altar to Ares and literally decorates his gates with their severed hands and feet as trophies. Hera has positioned her pieces exactly where she wants them. A deeply insecure god is now marching his forces directly toward the stronghold of a remorseless serial killer. But Hera faces a new problem. Dionysus is now heavily armed. To guarantee his defeat, she has to find a way to make him vulnerable again before he reaches the gates. She dispatches the messenger goddess Iris to intercept the approaching army. Iris alters her face, shifts into the bronze-clad shape of a fierce warrior, and delivers the calculated lie. Playing perfectly to his true nature, she convinces Dionysus that Lycurgus actually wants a peaceful feast. She warns him that arriving in full armor would be a grave insult to the king's hospitality. Dionysus takes the bait completely. Relieved to avoid a fight, he strips off his breastplate, drops his weapons, crowns himself with ivy, and leads his followers to the gates armed with nothing but overflowing bowls of wine. The moment they arrive, the trap snaps shut. Lycurgus charges the unarmed bacchants, brutally beating them down, not with a sword, but humiliatingly with an ox goad used for driving cattle. To seal the panic, Hera unleashes a deafening crack of thunder from the sky. Hearing the blast from above, Dionysus assumes his own father, Zeus, is providing cover fire for Lycurgus. His morale shatters. The god of wine abandons his followers, breaks into a dead sprint for the coast, and plunges into the depths of the Erythraean Sea to hide among the sea nymphs in terror. Hera executed a flawless tactical maneuver. She weaponized his desire for peace to strip him of his armor, achieving his total, public humiliation. Hera won her political game. However, her conspiracy produced an unintended consequence. A mortal king who just chased a god off the battlefield and now believes he is superior to the Olympians. Lycurgus paces the shoreline, completely drunk on his own perceived power and screaming threats at the crashing waves. He threatens to lash the ocean itself, demanding the sea gods surrender the fugitive. He even plans to send mundane sailors out in their boats to drag Dionysus back to land using ordinary fishermen's nets. That is when the sky splits open again. Father Zeus projects a booming, ominous warning down to the raving king. Zeus cites a grim precedent. He reminds Lycurgus that Tiresias was blinded merely for an accidental glance at Athene. By actively hunting Dionysus, the king has crossed a lethal divine boundary that no mortal can survive. The Greek cosmos operates on a ruthless double standard. The gods will happily use mortals as pawns to destroy each other, but the moment a mortal forgets they are just a... Dionysus is gone. After a series of brutal skirmishes, the god of wine has retreated into the depths of the Erythraean Sea, leaving his followers without their divine protector. Sensing a moment of weakness, the mortal king Lycurgus begins a systematic hunt. He stalks the forest breaks, tracking the god's female followers with a heavy ox goad,
convinced that a human army can finally extinguish a divine cult. He corners the nymph Ambrosia and slams a jagged piece of marble into her chest. He treats her as a common enemy, relying on the blunt force of stone to do the work of a king. Lycurgus is striking at a divine nymph with the very materials of the earth the gods themselves command. He is attempting to settle a cosmic grievance using only the tools of mortal combat, assuming the rules of iron and stone still apply. Instead of falling, Ambrosia calls out to the earth itself. The ground opens up, and she vanishes into the soil, leaving Lycurgus standing over an empty patch of dirt. A thick green tendril erupts from the earth, coiling with the speed of a striking snake. It winds itself around Lycurgus's throat, tightening into a living, leafy noose that chokes the air from his lungs. The king is paralyzed by his own surroundings. While the vines hold him fast, the god's followers swarm him, stripping the iron armor from his body and scourging his flesh with whips of supple ivy. Lycurgus continues to roar threats, calling for his men to burn the plants and boil the sea. In response to his refusal to yield, Zeus strikes him with total blindness, leaving the king to stumble through a world he can no longer see. The breaking of the king does not end the conflict. This single act of human violence has ruptured the peace of the region, triggering a wave of divine retribution that begins to spread far beyond the forest where Ambrosia fell. When a mortal strikes a god, the retaliation bleeds into the surrounding world. A localized struggle transforms into regional catastrophe. Poseidon drives his trident into the foundations of the Arabian Peninsula. Deep fault lines split the earth, pulling entire forests into the chasms. While the earth shakes, the gods target the human mind. The Fury Megaira and the god Pan are unleashed to blanket the civilian population in a total screaming madness. The inhabitants of the region turn on their own. Mothers butcher their infants in the streets, and shepherds hunt their own children through hills, feasting on them in a frenzy of deranged violence. Throughout this slaughter, Dionysus remains at the bottom of the sea, watching the chaos from the safety of a deep-water banquet, entirely removed from the suffering on land. Divine wrath does not function like a surgical strike. It is an environmental collapse that dissolves the mind and the landscape simultaneously, until nothing of the old world remains. With Arabia in ruins, Dionysus attempts to conclude his conquest by opening a channel of diplomacy with the Indian king Daryades. He sends a herald reflecting his chaotic power, a hybrid creature with bull horns, long-ass ears, and a self-curving tail draped in goatskin. The beast delivers a final ultimatum. Daryades must accept the god's wine and pour libations to the stars, or face a war that will turn his own rivers against him. Daryades mocks the herald's shape and dismisses the threat. He reasons that since Dionysus is a god of fire and lightning, his own father, the river god Hydaspes, can simply drown the invasion with a flood. The king trusts in the physical properties of his river to stop the god, banking on his knowledge of the natural world to defeat the very entity that is currently unmaking it. Dionysus reads the king's rejection on a wooden tablet and immediately summons his warriors. Every attempt at a peaceful resolution is discarded. The god orders the construction of a massive fleet. He mobilizes his followers to cross into Indian territory, turning a dispute into an all-out invasion. Daryades prepares a traditional defense. He relies on his infantry and his knowledge of the terrain, positioning his troops for a conventional battle on the banks of the Hydaspes. He hides his army in a sunless forest, where the canopy is so thick that no light reaches the ground. Thousands of soldiers wait in the dark, with only occasional glints of bronze revealing the massive ambush they have prepared. On one side of the river, the Indian infantry stands in a silent, rigid formation of spears and shields. On the other, the water begins to boil as the chaotic, wine-maddened host of Dionysus emerges from the waves. By meeting a divine threat with human strategy, Daryades has guaranteed the destruction of his empire.
The conflict has escalated beyond a simple war of territory into a struggle for survival against a force that no longer follows the laws of man. When the invading Bacchic army reaches the deep whirling crossing of the river Hydaspes, they do not bring battering rams or siege engines. Instead, the air fills with the mystic voices of singing satyrs and the rhythmic Phrygian chants of the Bassarettes. The presence of Dionysus triggers an immediate, impossible abundance across the landscape. Solid, rough rocks suddenly spout streams of red wine. Prickly thorns blossom with tender apples, and wild olive branches begin dripping rich, unpressed oil all on their own. The local wildlife abandons all natural instincts. Hares play eagerly alongside hunting hounds. High in the crags, predatory tigers wheel in sporting circles, while green-tailed leopards run shoulder to shoulder with towering bears, entirely pacified by the divine revelry. By rewriting the laws of nature itself, Dionysus presents a bloodless conquest. He offers the defending forces a joyful, voluntary subjugation, rather than the violent reality of traditional warfare. Watching the trees reel under the madness of this revelry, the defending Indian host drops their brazen weapons in terror. They immediately prepare to pluck gray-green olive branches to offer their absolute suppliant surrender. But the goddess Hera intervenes. Operating covertly, she refuses to let her rival Dionysus claim an easy victory, stepping in to disrupt the peace and force a confrontation. She turns the Indians' own thirst into a weapon, persuading them that Dionysus has laced the river with mind-stealing drugs. She warns them that the very water they crave is a treacherous flood of witchcraft, making them too terrified to drink from the Hydaspes. A peaceful resolution is erased by a god's calculated lies. Driven by this panic, the human army abandons their olive branches and hides along the water's edge, preparing to execute an ambush. The hidden attack fails before it even begins. A fair-leaved hamadryad nymph emerges from the hollow of an oak tree to betray the Indians' plan, whispering the exact coordinates of the ambush directly into Dionysus's ear. Dionysus responds in total silence. Moving through the ranks, he uses nothing but nods and sharp glances to relay the warning, ordering his men to eat their evening meal with their spears and armor already at their sides. Overhead, Zeus unleashes a massive, roaring thunderstorm. The deafening reverberations of the rain pour through the night, masking the sound of the Bacchic troops as they prepare for battle in the dark. When dawn breaks, Dionysus's commanders execute a precise feigned retreat. They counterfeit fear and withdraw their front line, drawing the Indian troops completely out of the dense forest cover and onto the open plain. The ambush is perfectly inverted. As the Indians pour across the level fields, the magic of the morning vanishes, replaced by the calculated reality of a front line that never intended to run. The wondrous illusions evaporate at the clash of bronze. The Indian forces brace foot to foot and lock their oxhide shields together, forming a dense, narrowing formation known as the mimic tortoise. Seated high on his horse, the commander Oiagros hits that shield wall like a mountain torrent ripping apart a bridge. He drives his biston spear through the files of men, reaping a harvest of foot soldiers in swaths. Close quarters combat is a matter of anatomical ruin. Blades shear clean through wrists, leaving severed hands writhing in the dust, still gripping tight to their leather shield straps while the warriors bleed out into the soil. The earlier imagery of honey-dropping bees is replaced by an unyielding storm of barbed arrows. Shafts fly so thick they resemble glowing sparks leaping continuously from a blacksmith's hammer striking an anvil. When a brave Indian footman swings his blade at the jaw of an approaching horse, the rider, Erechtheus, does not flinch. He drives his bronze spear straight through the man's navel, hurling him headlong into the dirt. Deep in the fray, the warrior Iacchos fights completely surrounded. Protected by towers of storm clouds built by Athena, he ignores the outstretched hands of surrendering foes, killing them with jagged stones and sweeping saber strokes. The same divine hands that made the world bloom just moments ago are now busy tearing it apart. The miraculous creation of the morning has become a systematic machine of slaughter. Looking down at the Hydaspes, the river itself has changed. The white water is gone, replaced by a dark, bubbling tide of corpses and clotted blood that stains the very sand of the banks. Countless men throw down their weapons in the river's outpour, bending their necks in desperate prayer. But the gods have abandoned all mercy, and their freshly killed corpses are swept away by the wave-borne current. The earth herself is heard crying out from deep chasms. She laments the fertile furrows that once bore grain, now drowned beneath a snowfall of gore. The earth sees that the same hand of Zeus that pours life-giving rain upon the fields of Greece is now pouring a snowfall of blood across the furrows of India. A barefoot naiad leans out from the blackened water, confronting the blood-soaked Aeacos. She begs him to remember his own water-born mother and to stop staining the holy river with his endless slaughter. Unable to watch the defilement continue, the nymph abandons the corrupted fresh water. She flees downstream toward the open sea, a sign of natural innocence retreating completely from the scene of the atrocity. This river battle is a dark prophecy. Decades later, Aeacus' grandson Achilles will march to the walls of Troy and wage a similarly disastrous, blood-choked war against the river Scamander. The divine presence can make the woods thrash with a joyful, impossible beauty one moment, and leave the same land drowning in the blood of its own people the next.
Imagine being pressed shoulder to shoulder in the freezing water of the Hydaspes River, slipping in thick mud and choking on blood. Men are dying in the surge, unable to swim because the crush of bodies is too dense to swing a sword. This animated diagram breaks down the specific weapon causing the slaughter, the thyrsus. On the outside, it looks like a harmless stalk of fennel wound with ivy leaves, but housed inside that plant exterior is a lethal spear point. Dionysius and his commanders wade through the river, driving this hidden bronze directly through the backs and chests of the drowning Indian soldiers. The sheer volume of casualties creates a gruesome physical barrier. The river current practically stops, entirely jammed by the bloated, floating dead. The psychological toll of this bizarre weapon is immense. An Indian warrior named Menicius looks at the pile of dead friends and decides he cannot face the humiliation of being killed by a hollow plant. He strips off his armor, pulls his own sword, and drives it into his belly, terrified his father will find out he was brought low by a womanish weapon. At this stage, the conflict operates strictly on human terms. Men are dying from bronze blades, drowning in water, and taking their own lives out of pure mortal pride. The rules of engagement belong entirely to flesh and blood. Then, a single dying soldier swallows his final mouthful of river water and uses his last breath to complain. He looks at the Hydaspes and curses it. He points out that other great rivers, like the Euphrates and the Rhine, actively fight for their people, but the Hydaspes, it just passively hides the corpses of its own sons. The river hears him, and the ancient intelligence of the water experiences a sharp, bitter humiliation. That single expression of human grievance shatters the boundary between the soldiers and their environment. Nature takes the insult personally, and the river itself enters the war. Dionysius responds by treating this deadly, raging river like a casual summer highway. He launches an armada that completely defies natural logic. His soldiers trap air inside animal skins, puffing them up like balloons to float across. Others drop their heavy bronze shields flat onto the surface, sitting cross-legged and paddling them like dry rafts. Some bypass boats entirely. The god Pan takes off at a sprint, his heavy, shaggy goat hooves stepping perfectly across the unbroken surface of the water without ever sinking in. The heavy cavalry pushes the absurdity further. Massive land-bound chariots simply drive down into the riverbed, rolling along the bottom while the drivers stand high above the waterline. Hydaspes erupts. The humiliated river calls in a favor from the storm winds, weaponizing massive, deep-voiced waves. The water surges upwards, violently stripping the clothes and weapons from the invaders and pulling them under. This violent response is the natural order attempting to forcefully correct a massive physical anomaly. The river is trying to drown a physical impossibility. Dionysus decides that fighting water with water is a losing strategy, so he introduces a weapon that breaks the biological and physical rules of the environment entirely. He grabs a fennel stalk, holds it up to the morning sun, and traps a spark of direct daylight inside it. Then he plunges that celestial fire deep into the flowing current. Fire and water now occupy the exact same space. Instead of extinguishing the spark, the river itself ignites. Reeds turn to ash as fire runs through riverbed channels, superheating the mud. Deep-water fish frantically bury themselves to escape the boiling heat. The local water spirits, the naiad nymphs, are literally boiled out of their own houses. They abandon their homes, fleeing naked into neighboring foreign rivers just to find cool water. By setting a liquid river on fire, Dionysus has bypassed military strategy. He has dismantled the laws of chemistry and elemental physics, leaving the environment a scorched, steaming ruin. The localized battle against the Indian army is technically won, but the introduction of underwater fire trips a massive cosmic failsafe. Oceanus, the ancient sire of all waters and the keeper of the world's boundaries, rises up. He looks down at his burning grandson, Hydaspes, and roars in pure outrage. He issues a threat of absolute apocalyptic retaliation. Oceanus promises to release a deluge so massive it will cover the fiery day star, extinguish the sun, and drown the moon entirely. He lists his targets on an astrological scale. He plans to pull the starry bear, the dolphin, and the fishes completely out of the high heavens, dragging constellations down into the deep sea to swim in cold water. In a matter of hours, a skirmish in the mud has escalated into a threat against the stars. The text proves that mythical warfare operates without a safety net. A single battle, pushed too far, reveals the terrifying vulnerability of the cosmos, where one broken rule of nature can cause reality itself to unravel. Imagine a violently churning river. Look closer at the surface, where aggressive, crackling flames miraculously burn directly on top of the rushing mutter. Dionysus, the god of wine, is sweeping his divine pine torches across the current, actively attacking the old river god Hydaspes. Hydaspes stretches out a dripping hand, pouring out a desperate plea for mercy. He's terrified because fire destroying water contradicts the very logic of existence. The Greek cosmos operates as a highly sensitive, hyper-specialized ecosystem, where every element has an exact place. This diagram shows a minimalist model of that cosmos, divided into isolated sectors for water, fire, war, and love. Reality functions smoothly until a spark of fire crosses the strict boundary into the water sector, causing the structural lines to violently warp and fracture. Dionysus's attack operates as an existential threat, actively unwinding the universe's operating system. Along the banks of the Hydaspes, the natural laws of combat have completely collapsed. King Dariates has arrayed a highly disciplined, armored Indian army in strict ranks. Yet that structured army is being slaughtered by wandering bacchants and satyrs, armed with nothing but paltry leaves and thyrsi, sharp stalks of fennel. The gods themselves dive from the measureless air, actively cheating the system and bypassing all rules of fair combat. Zeus stops as an eagle to snatch up Aeacus from the mud, while Apollo sweeps in on a bright swan car to extract his own son. For the mortal soldiers left behind on the ground, there is no escape from these broken rules. Grieving widows tear their tunics down the middle, beating their blood-dyed breasts. Old men take melancholy steel to their snowy hair, mourning 4 sons wiped out by a single divine blade. A heavy woman in her 10th month of pregnancy screams at the rushing water, terrified her unborn child will never meet the father, whose corpse is lost somewhere beneath the waves. When divine beings treat the laws of reality like an open playground, humanity pays a permanent, bloody price. In the thickets nearby, Dionysus and his followers celebrate their victory, slaughtering bulls and draining fragrant amphorae of wine. Beside the mixing bowl, a bard named Lucas weaves a clear, melodious song that mirrors the crisis on the river. He sings of Aphrodite, the goddess of love, stepping to the heavy wooden loom of Athena to attempt the grueling physical labor of weaving. Her soft hands, unused to labor, are quickly bruised. She twists a thick rope-like thread that swells so broadly it snaps the warp under its own clumsy weight. This chart tracks global mortal data over time, showing what happens when a central node labeled Aphrodite disconnects from her domain. Because love is distracted, the rate of new marriages plummets down to absolute zero. Without unions, the world becomes an unplowed furrow. Births lag and delay until reproduction halts entirely, resulting in a systemic biological failure. Aphrodite picking up a weaving shuttle equates exactly to Dionysus setting a river on fire. Both actions unravel the universe by defying the constraints of nature. To avert this biological apocalypse, the gods assemble on high Olympus to strictly enforce their cosmic boundaries. Athena fiercely rebukes Zeus, protesting that a soft chamber warden has stolen her labor-intensive domain. Hermes laughs at the goddess of love, sarcastically suggesting that if she insists on stretching the shuttle, she should also carry Athena's spear and shield. Deeply shamed before the gray-eyed maid, Aphrodite abandons the loom and retreats to her proper domain in Cyprus. The instant she returns, Eros picks up his string, sowing the marriage furrow across the world and instantly restarting the cycle of life. Back on the battlefield, the north wind arrives with a cooling gust to quench the unnatural fire of Dionysus, restoring the river to water. These mythological stories operate as blueprints of a highly interdependent ecosystem. The universe survives through absolute specialization. Existence remains intact only when everyone, even a god, stays precisely in their lane. When we picture Dionysus, we imagine a soft, ivy-crowned god of wine. But inside the verses of the Dionysiaca, we find a blood-soaked warlord. Dionysus is bogged down in the 7th year of a massive, grinding siege against King Dariades. He fights using devastating, unconventional warfare. To break the enemy lines, Dionysus weaponizes his own domain, turning the Hydaspes River into literal wine. This highly intoxicating flood poisons the water supply and incapacitates the opposing forces. Yet, despite commanding immense cosmic power, his victory is stalled. The goddess Hera plays politics from Mount Olympus, freezing his campaign in its tracks and leaving the wine god deeply frustrated. The author uses this narrative pause in the war to execute a piece of radical propaganda. To prove Dionysus deserves ultimate victory, the text systematically destroys the resumes of Greece's greatest heroes. This diagram illustrates synkresis, a side-by-side comparison used by poets to tear down rival idols. First is Perseus. The text strips away his glory, framing him as a cheat who relied on winged shoes and an invisibility cap to crawl past guards. The text then exposes his actual combat record. Stripped of the mythic gloss, Perseus murdered exactly one sleeping woman, Medusa, and threw rocks at a single sea beast. He essentially plundered one small cave in Libya. King Minos gets the same brutal treatment. His legendary war is dismissed because he didn't win through martial prowess. Aphrodite and love magic did the heavy lifting, completely undermining his military credibility. Dionysus, meanwhile, commands a grueling physical campaign. He fights openly in the vanguard, slaughtering entire barbarian armies and painting the sea red with actual blood. Relying on a magitat for an isolated assassination, or divine favors to win a siege, completely disqualifies Perseus and Minos from true epic heroism when measured against a general commanding a continental war. To claim the absolute top spot, the text takes aim at the undisputed heavyweight champion of Greek mythology, Heracles. The epic diminishes his famous 12 labors as mountain-bred but small. Hunting a single deer or wrestling a bull are framed as petty chores. The text openly mocks him by pointing out that female followers of Dionysus regularly carve up whole herds of broad-horned bulls with their bare hands. This chart breaks down his most famous hunt, the Hydra. Heracles couldn't win alone. He needed his nephew to burn the stumps, splitting the credit 50-50. Compare that shared struggle to Dionysus's some low combat metrics. As a toddler, Dionysus tamed lions bare-handed. In battle, he fought the 100-headed giant Alpos, a monster so massive it physically pushed back the moon, and pulled him down using nothing but an ivy lash.
Divine power reaches its peak when a god steps onto the battlefield alone, bringing earth-shaking giants and entire nations to their knees without a nephew's assistance. With the old heroes swept aside, the narrative moves to physicalize Dionysus's newly proven supremacy. The messenger Attis arrives at the stalled camp in a heavy chariot pulled by aggressive lions. He brings a gift forged by Hephaestus, a divine, impenetrable shield. This is a direct, calculated literary hijacking of Homer, designed to rival the famous armor of Achilles. This image shows the surface of that massive weapon. Instead of traditional heraldry, the engravings contain a map of the entire cosmos, featuring the blazing sun, the moon, the turning bears, and the dragon constellation. Zooming in, the micro-engravings celebrate creation over destruction. They show Amphion building the walls of Thebes by playing a lyre and illustrate the ultimate power over death itself. The metal depicts a specific Lydian myth where the giant Damascene slays a serpent, only for the creature's mate to revive it using the magical Mori herb, literally breathing life back into the dead corpse. By systematically destroying the military records of Greece's greatest heroes and claiming a shield that maps the universe, Dionysus executes a total mythological rebrand. He leaves the vineyard behind to claim his place as the cosmic king of the ancient battlefield.
High in his palace chamber, King Dariades of India lies asleep. His military forces sit dormant, and his mind is paralyzed by the memory of his house's recent catastrophic defeats. The source of that terror is the god Dionysus, who previously routed the Indian lines and driven the king himself into the ocean surge. The gods are still seeking vengeance. Hoping to secure a second triumph for Dionysus, the warrior goddess Athena strides into the bedchamber to lay a psychological trap. To bypass the king's mental defenses, she sheds her divine form. She takes on the face and voice of Orontes, Dariades' own son-in-law, who had recently died in battle. Wearing this stolen mask, Athena berates the king for his sloth. She displays a fake chest wound gashed open by a thyrsus and systematically strips Dionysus of his terrifying aura, calling him a mere mortal who fled like a fawn. The manipulation works. At dawn, Dariades wakes in a furious panic. He immediately dispatches heralds across his towns and islands, ordering every available fighting man to mass on the eastern shores. This mobilization began without a formal declaration or a dispute over territory. Athena's deception has successfully converted the emperor's private shame into a blind, desperate rush for war. What arrives on the eastern beaches is a polyglot swarm of tribes from unmapped regions. They operate completely outside the normal laws of military science. You have troops like the Otokotokai. When they make camp, they don't pitch tents. They drop to the dirt and sleep directly inside their own monstrously overgrown ears. Nearby, Ethiopian shock troops march in helmets made from the torn frontlets of dead horses. In the heat of battle, they mimic a stallion's neigh to completely disorient the enemy line. Then there are the warriors of Kazan, who secure their positions by erecting steep, unbroken fortress walls woven entirely out of flax. This diagram illustrates how those linen defenses actually function against an assault. When a rigid bronze spearhead strikes the woven matrix, the flexible base simply absorbs the kinetic energy, making it completely impenetrable to traditional weaponry. An advancing enemy is forced to fight a collection of biological anomalies and physics-defying materials. But underneath the monstrous exterior, this machine relies on tightly packed human ranks that are deeply fractured by old grudges. Take the archer Abrathus. King Dariades had publicly humiliated him by shearing off his hair. Now the youth is forced to hide his bare scalp beneath a high-crested helmet, marching for the very man who insulted him. He dutifully shoots arrows for the king by day, but every single night he secretly dispatches a spy to leak Dariades' exact troop movements to Dionysus. Or consider the champion archer Tectophos. Dariades had locked this old man in a damp, sunless cavern, chaining him to the rock to slowly starve. His daughter convinced the guards she was only bringing in tears for her dying father. In reality, she kept him alive in the pitch black by feeding him her own breast milk. When Dariades discovered the plot, the sheer, grim ingenuity of it shocked him into issuing a pardon. He promoted a withered, famine-dried prisoner to a frontline battlefield commander. The king's ultimate vulnerability lies with the humiliated and abused humans he relies on to hold his lines together. For heavy cavalry, Dionysiaca commands columns of black, straight-backed elephants that have marched through 2 or 3 centuries of life. These beasts possess camel-shaped necks, tiny swine-like eyes, and a pair of massive, sharp teeth curving outward like a harvester's sickle. They operate as autonomous living siege engines, using those scythe-like tusks to scoop up heavily armored men and hurl them spinning into the dust. Marching alongside them are beasts of burden the Indians call river horses, massive, dark-backed creatures that normally dwell deep underwater. They haul themselves onto the shore and use their enormous jaws as ironless reaping hooks, effortlessly mowing down entire fields of grain to supply the troops. They are backed by a completely alien ecosystem. Local birds sing complex chamber songs like tuned lyres, and the tree snakes spit sweet honey instead of venom. By weaponizing these scythe-toothed beasts and the very honey in the trees, Dionysiaca is directing a predatory version of nature itself to march against the gods. As the mobilization peaks, the sheer density of bodies chokes the city's 4-fold streets, filling the trenches and spilling over the steep walls. Inside the Grand Hall, Dionysiaca feasts with his captains, projecting the absolute certainty of an emperor tracing his bloodline to the blazing sun. But outside in the dirt, the rank and file settle in for the night, forced to try and catch a few hours of sleep directly on beds of sharp javelins. As they close their eyes, a collective terror sweeps through the camp. The slumbering army is tormented by phantom visions of war, watching themselves get slaughtered by satyrs before a single real sword is drawn. This army is the largest ever assembled in mythological history, yet the bizarre tactical adaptations and immeasurable numbers mean nothing. A mortal emperor built an impossible war machine, entirely unaware that the gods designed it to be a suicide mission. As dawn breaks over the Indian plain, the sky delivers an ominous warning. Before the two armies even clash, Zeus wrings out the heavy clouds, sending a shower of deep red blood down onto the thirsty, cracked earth. The battlefield is stained before a single sword is drawn. Waiting on that battlefield is the Indian king Dionysiaca. He is facing down an invasion by the god Dionysus, but Dionysiaca treats this conflict as an offensive opportunity. He intends to capture divine entities and turn them into his personal slaves. His specific plans are highly detailed. He intends to capture the wild, goat-legged satyrs and force them into his dining halls to wait on his banquet tables. He also plans to capture the immortal Cyclopes, drive a spear straight through their single eyes, and enslave the blinded giants to forge his weapons. This lineage map shows the two forces Dionysiaca uses to justify his hubris, the river god Hydaspes and the cosmic fire of Phaethon. He believes this heritage grants him a biological claim to elemental powers that rival the gods. Dionysiaca plans to weaponize this exact biology. He calculates that he can use his river heritage to smother the lightning bolts of Zeus, while using his ancestral cosmic fire to match the power of any Olympian who strikes him. To back up this elemental theory, he has assembled a massive military force. His ranks are filled with heavy cavalry mounted on stormfoot horses, endless files of archers, and shock troops riding atop heavily armored, iron-bearing elephants. Dionysiaca believes his mortal elemental biology can override the hierarchy of Olympos. He looks at the architects of the cosmos and assumes he has the right genetic tools to dethrone them. Emerging from the tangled woods to meet this massive army is the host of Dionysus, and they carry no iron. Instead, they are armed with shields made of indestructible leaves and thursoi, long staffs wrapped in ivy and capped with pine cones. Dionysus employs a bizarre military doctrine. He bypasses blunt force destruction entirely. His strategy relies on weaponizing the environment and mutating the physical properties of nature itself. He issues a direct threat to Dionysiaca's ancestral river, Hydaspes. If the water turns against his troops, Dionysus will transmute the entire rushing volume into thick, fermented wine, or simply evaporate it, allowing his army to march across dry sand. He then orders his troops to execute the Besarid dance. The soldiers are instructed to merge the chaotic rhythm of a drunken nighttime revelry with the act of slaughter, moving through the enemy ranks in a lethal, choreographed frenzy. Iron swords and organized shield walls break down entirely against this force. Conventional military tactics offer no defense against an enemy that actively rewrites the physical laws of nature in the middle of a melee. The Bacchic forces deploy intense psychological terror. Traditional battlefield horns are drowned out by Phrygian pipes, shrill, double-reed woodwinds used in ancient cult rituals. Moving to this rhythm, the fighters wear false, shuddering masks that induce panic in the Indian ranks. Dariotes' heavy armor divisions are immediately dismantled by supernatural beasts. Men riding war elephants find themselves being actively hunted and routed by maddened tigers and panthers charging through the dust. The divine frenzy manifests physically on the soldiers themselves. The Bacchans march into the slaughter coated in bright white gypsum, a chalky mineral used in mystic rites, with live snakes pulled tight into knots in their hair. The battlefield degenerates into a surreal nightmare of screaming woodwinds, wild animals, and magic. Human weapons prove entirely useless against weaponized divine madness. Far above the dirt and the blood, the architects of this war are entirely insulated from the slaughter. Up on Olympos, the gods sit on massive thrones of solid gold, calmly drinking sweet nectar poured by their cupbearer, Ganymede. Watching the escalation below, Zeus realizes the terrestrial war is spiraling out of control. He immediately convenes his loyalists, issuing urgent commands to mobilize Apollo, Athena, and Hephaestus. He doles out specific strategic assignments to counter the Indian king. He explicitly orders Hephaestus, the god of the forge, to use his cosmic fire as a shield to protect his followers from Dariotes' elemental attacks. To rally these generals, Zeus relies heavily on shared trauma. He reminds Athena of her bizarre birth, bursting from his own head, and reminds them all how he carried Dionysus to term inside his own thigh, demanding they protect their kin. Zeus is operating as a desperate patriarch. He is effectively leveraging the entire Olympian hierarchy to shield an illegitimate son from a targeted assassination. And he has to protect him because Olympos is fractured. Several major gods have openly defied Zeus, choosing to back the Indian king's army against their own family. This faction map shows the fracture inside the Olympian high command. While Zeus and his loyalists stand by Dionysus, a powerful opposing bloc led by Hera and Ares is fueling the Indian resistance. Hera and Ares are backing a mortal army out of pure spite. Dionysus is the product of a mortal woman, Semele. For Hera, his presence is a constant reminder of Zeus's past infidelities, and she wants him removed from the world. As the map shifts to Demeter, her motive is even narrower. She has joined the anti-Dionysus coalition out of an agricultural rivalry. She resents the young god because his invention of wine is overshadowing her own gift of grain. The terrestrial war down in India, with its massive casualties and clashing armies, means nothing to the cosmos. The mortal soldiers bleeding in the dust are merely fighting on a proxy battleground, serving as disposable pawns for the gods to act out their ancient, unresolved family dysfunctions.
When you picture an ancient epic battle, you expect a wall of bronze. You anticipate disciplined lines of soldiers, heavy shields, plumed helmets, and the grim mechanical grind of two armies clashing in the dust. But in the 28th book of Nonnos' Dionysiaca, the army marching against the Indian Empire discards that playbook. Instead of chainmail or iron breastplates, the frontline soldiers wear soft, dappled fawnskins draped over their bare chests. These are the followers of Dionysus. They ride into the press of combat on the backs of mountain lions, panthers, and bears. Their weapons are freshly torn branches of ivy, and they swing wine-dark thyrsi, staffs tipped with pine cones, to terrorize the enemy's armored elephants. This animated map shows the Indian army's tactical logic: rigid, tightly packed rectangular formations. Watch what happens against the Dionysian forces. Instead of rigid lines, the Bacchic army acts as a fluid swarm, flowing around the infantry with erratic speed. When the goddess of war is joined by the god of wine,
the traditional engine of the epic battlefield begins to turn into something else, a collision where the rigid structures of the old world are met with an unpredictable, fluid energy. To execute this kind of swarm tactic, the Bacchic army abandons traditional military infrastructure. There are no generals shouting orders down a chain of command, and no horns blaring tactical retreats. Combat is controlled by music. Troops assemble to the screams of flutes, and the tumult is driven by the relentless, pounding rhythm of Euchaean drums. The poem calls this a Neo's measured dance. The combatants strike their swords against their shields, and their armor clashes against goatskins, all locked into the rhythmic tempo of the music. Champions like Mimas and Dionysiaca approach the enemy lines with the unsteady-footed skipping of a dancer. They replace martial stances with the rhythmic footwork of a religious festival, spinning through the ranks with their weapons held high. This creates a gruesome efficiency. Armed with double-biting axes, these dancing warriors reap through the enemy ranks, harvesting heads and severing limbs in synchronization with the drum beats. For the Indian soldiers, this induces immediate confusion. Years of drills and phalanx training are useless when the soldier in front of you ignores your spear thrusts and attacks to the rhythm of a flute. The Dionysian warriors treat the slaughter as a religious rite. Every spilled drop of blood is viewed as a literal libation, poured out into the dirt as an offering to their god. By transforming combat into a musical performance, the Dionysian warriors render the Indian army's martial training irrelevant. They're performing a rite that the professional soldier has no way to counter. As the battle progresses, the Bacchic frenzy begins to infect the laws of biology itself, causing individual human bodies to ignore lethal injuries. When the Bacchic fighter Korymbasos slices clean through an enemy's throat, the victim doesn't simply drop dead. With blood raining from his neck into the dust, the headless corpse actually continues to vault and leap, finishing its morbid choreography. In another sector, an Athenian soldier loses his right arm to a sword strike, and then his left. His severed hand hits the ground and rolls across the dust, convulsively digging its fingers into the soil to simulate tightening a shield strap. The battlefield quickly fills with the dead who refuse to fall. Warriors saturated with arrows from head to toe remain standing upright, anchored to the earth like statues, their lifeless hands still gripping their spears. While the dead refuse to behave like the dead, the massive, one-eyed cyclopes step in to manipulate the environment itself. They act as the colossal stagehands for this surreal theater. They execute a massive psychological operation by creating an imitation of Zeus. Champions ignite roaring underground fires, wield blazing torches, and smash iron hammers into skulls, mimicking the flash and boom of a thunderstorm. They shower the Indian ranks with a counterfeit rain of sparks and earthborne debris. To the soldiers below, this sham weather looks exactly like the wrath of the heavens crashing down. By combining dead men who keep fighting with a manufactured thunderstorm, the Dionysian army weaponizes pure absurdity. They break the enemy's psychological will to fight by obliterating their ability to understand their own reality. Under the weight of this relentless, hallucinatory assault, the disciplined ranks of the Indian forces buckle. The chaos converges directly on their heavily armored leader, King Dionysiaca. Dionysiaca stands tall in his chariot, wielding a massive 20-cubit bronze spear. But military engineering fails against the brute force of myth. One of the cyclopes tears a massive crag from a mountain and hurls it like a pebble, delivering a crushing blow that shatters the king's stance and forces him to drop his weapon. With their king battered, the disciplined Indian ranks lose their cohesion. The organized defense that once held firm against empires finally gives way under the weight of this divine absurdity. In the Dionysiaca, Nonnos takes the standard imagery of ancient epic, the gleaming bronze and the honorable duel, and replaces it with the bizarre and the grotesque. Dionysiaca's victory isn't just a military success, it's the triumph of the revel. In this vision of war, the spear and the flute are the same instrument, and the battlefield becomes a space where the act of killing is indistinguishable from the act of worship.
The invading Bacchic forces are deadlocked against the Indian king Dariades. Dariades isn't holding the line alone. He's heavily backed by the physical supremacy of the war god Ares, completely stalling Dionysius's advance. Amidst this brutal front line, there's a massive tactical vulnerability in Dionysius's ranks. It's a lethally skilled, beautiful young mortal named Hymenaeus. Because Hymenaeus lacks divine invulnerability, Dionysus stays terrifyingly close to him, acting as a divine shield. The god is paralyzed by the fear that a stray weapon might kill the boy he loves. The enemy forces spot this emotional tether immediately. A soldier approaches the archer Menelaus with a bribe of immense wealth and sacrificial bulls if he can shoot this little god. The logic is simple. Cripple the mortal favorite, and you cripple the morale of Dionysus himself. Archer Menelaus draws back his oxhide bowstring. The blood-red arrow rips through the air and slams into Hymenaeus, carving deeply into his thigh. Mortal stakes crash directly into a clash of gods. This single wound exposes a glaring weakness in the Bacchic army. A god of madness and war can command legions of wild followers, but the moment the mortal he loves starts bleeding on the battlefield, all of that divine momentum grinds to an agonizing halt. Dionysus immediately yanks Hymenaeus off the front line and drags him into the deep shade of a nearby oak. He is terrified of repeating history, specifically Apollo's tragic failure to save his own mortal lover, Hyacinthus, from a fatal head wound. Dionysus explicitly rejects traditional Olympian medicine. He refuses to call down Apollo or Paeon, the gods of healing. Instead, he pulls the barbed iron from the flesh and uses his own divine elements, sprinkling the wound with wine, wrapping the thigh in love-laced ivy, and applying white gypsum. This diagram illustrates how Dionysus bypasses standard ancient triage. Instead of using cauterization or traditional bandages, he treats the symbols of his own revelry as biological regenerative agents. The wine acts as a supernatural coagulant, and the ivy binds the torn muscle back together. His profound emotional attachment doesn't break him, it forces him to innovate, transforming his panic into a miraculous, high-speed medical intervention that gets Hymenaeus back on his feet and straight back into the fight. Seeing Hymenaeus safely firing arrows again acts as a massive catalyst. Dionysus detonates into absolute rage, throwing the entire Bacchic army into a chaotic, unstoppable overdrive. The battlefield descends into brutal, asymmetrical warfare. First, the warrior Aristeus abandons standard weaponry completely. He picks up a massive, heavy stone, the exact kind used to press oil out of olives, and hurls it through the enemy ranks, crushing the Indian soldiers like insects. Then the Thracian Kabiri arrive. They tear across the field in an adamantine chariot forged by their father, Hephaestus, pulled by massive iron-footed horses that literally breathe fire from their teeth to burn through the opposing infantry. But the most terrifying shift comes from the Bassarids, the female worshippers of Dionysus. They charge heavily armored male infantry, using nothing but jagged mountain rocks, pine cones, ivy-wrapped staffs, and musical instruments. It is a complete sensory assault. The dancer, Terpsichore, leads the charge, clashing her massive bronze cymbals together with such force that the acoustic shockwave shatters the disciplined formations of the Indian host. The ground war reaches its boiling point as Dionysus pushes the reeling enemy forces back to the banks of the Hydaspes River. The water itself runs red, choked with a thick, drunken flow of blood and wine, while Dionysus screams out a direct challenge to the Indian king Dariades. What the enemy thought would be a crippling psychological blow had the exact opposite effect. By targeting Hymenaeus, they forced Dionysus to weaponize his love and grief, turning a tactical vulnerability into an overwhelming asymmetrical frenzy that the Indian army simply couldn't withstand. Far above the bloody banks of the Hydaspes, the cosmic chess match is already shifting. The goddess Rhea observes the slaughter below and identifies the final, insurmountable obstacle standing between Dionysus and total victory, the war god Ares. This strategic map shows exactly why Rhea has to get creative. Ares is physically unassailable on a battlefield of swords and spears. The only way to remove him from the board is through a highly targeted psychological strike against his deepest emotional core.
his lingering obsession with his wife, Aphrodite. Rhea waits for Ares to fall asleep in his bronze armor, then sends down a shadowy dream phantom. The phantom whispers a carefully constructed lie. Aphrodite abandoned him for the lofty marriage bed of her former husband, the lame blacksmith Hephaestus. Ares wakes up entirely consumed by blind jealousy. He abandons his strategic post instantly. He doesn't care about King Dariates or the failing Indian army anymore. His only thought is to spy on the forges of Lemnos and catch Aphrodite in the act. He orders his sons, Phobos and Deimos, Fear and Terror, to immediately yoke his horses. They strap the beasts into the collars, and Ares' blood-red chariot launches frantically into the sunrise sky, leaving the war behind. Irrational passion proves to be the ultimate weapon. Dionysus wins the brutal ground war because his fierce, protective love acts as a terrifying force multiplier. Meanwhile, the mighty Ares loses the cosmos because his own jealous obsession neutralizes him entirely, without a single sword ever being swung.
On one side, a wall of bronze, the Indian heavy infantry, marching in locked formation. On the other, a mob of women and satyrs, clad in animal skins, charging into the front line without a single piece of armor. By the laws of ancient combat, the infantry should have ended this in minutes. Instead, the front line is collapsing. The followers of Dionysus are fighting with cymbals, leaves, and thursoi, long stalks of fennel topped with pine cones. These wood and vine weapons are currently outmatching cold iron. The Indian general Marius watches his veterans fall to the stroke of a leaf. He screams to his king, Dariates, that the shieldless are slaying the armed, and that standard arrows are yielding before warless fennel. Dionysus has invalidated the logic of the phalanx. In its place, he has introduced a supernatural chaos that turns the grit of a spear clash into a violent, maddening revelry. At the center of the slaughter stands the god himself. Dionysus moves through the ranks of mailed champions, using his thyrsus to mow down the first dark fruits of the war without taking a single scratch. This creates a stark friction on the battlefield. Dionysus is the lord of the vineyard and the theater. Seeing him operate in the domain of Ares, the god of slaughter, invites a question about his true nature as a warrior. Indian forces are rigid, linear blocks meant for head-on collisions. Dionysus's forces act as fluid swarms, bypassing shields and engulfing the formations. As the blocks fracture, soldiers' weapons fail. Bronze spears bend against his skin, making him appear completely invincible. But an immunity to bronze is not the same as military mastery. This early success rests on a fragile image of power, one that hasn't yet faced the weight of a true divine counterattack. The Indian army adapts to the magic. Realizing spears bend against the god, commanders pivot, aiming their lethal steel at the unarmored women following him. The slaughter turns clinical. Marius carves through the maenads, driving his blade into their faces, trampling beauty into foreign dust. On the high walls, a woman named Erie watches her father fall with a split skull. She tears her robes and begs for a hole in the earth, desperate to follow him into the grave, rather than live through the gods' playful war. Higher up, rival gods treat the field as a personal chessboard. Hephaestus hurls a self-coiling torch of flame to choke Marius, while Hydaspes floods the scene with a countering stream to wash away the fire. The battlefield has moved past chaotic revelry. The intervention of gods and the resilience of the Indian infantry have turned the fight into a meat grinder, proving that nature magic cannot shield a god's followers from the reality of professional warfare. The escalation reaches its peak when the goddess Hera intervenes. She supercharges King Dariates, casting a blaze over his armor that makes his shield flash with bloody light and his helmet leak streaming fire. Dariates sweeps through the crowd of Bacchantes with a double-swinging blade. He is no longer a man, but a force that Dionysus's vine magic cannot bypass or bend. When Dionysus sees the flashing boss of that shield, he does not rally his troops. He does not call on his divine heritage. Instead,
The god of madness is gripped by a pure, shivering panic. He abandons his army. He gives up all hope of battle and flees the field, scrambling up a wooded ridge to hide from the king. In the shadow of the trees, the illusion of the warrior god vanishes. Confronted by the reality of a lethal threat, Dionysus is exposed as an impostor who has forgotten how to fight. He is not alone on the ridge. Athena descends from heaven, but she offers no comfort. She seizes Dionysus by his yellow hair and forces him to look at her fiery, grim-faced gaze. She begins a relentless shaming. She asks him where his mighty Thursoi have gone and demands to know what Indian lord he has actually laid low. She mocks his victories as nothing more than a stroll through unwarlike tribes. She holds up Perseus, a hero who reaped the Gorgon's head and faced sea beasts. On the other side, a son of Semele cowers before a mortal's helmet. Pointing to this empty ledger, Athena disowns him as a brother. This is a crisis of legitimacy. Athena makes it clear, divine status is not a birthright. It is a title that must be violently earned through the crucible of a trial. Athena breathes fresh valor into him, a physical surge of wisdom that replaces his panic with a cold, battle-insatiate focus. He stands up, no longer looking back at the trees, but toward the king who broke him. Dionysus returns to the front lines with explosive force. He isn't just relying on magic to bend spears anymore. He strikes with heavy grape clusters and hurls rough stones as missiles, engaging in direct, ruthless, lethal combat. He kills 100 fighting men in a single god-sent flail of blows. The Indian host, which only moments ago saw a coward, now sees a predator that puts the entire host to rout. This arc reflects the ancient Greek requirement for divinity. Victory was never a gift. It had to be proven in the face of annihilation. Dionysus survived his own collapse. He proves that true mythic legitimacy is forged only when the man who fled steps back into the fire and reemerges as a god of war.
If you want to destroy an enemy who possesses absolute, world-ending physical power, a direct attack is suicide. You cannot outpunch an opponent who holds all the weapons. Instead, you have to bypass their armor entirely, dismantling the threat from the inside. In the late antiquity epic Dionysiaca, the poet Nonnos presents Zeus as the ultimate, untouchable king of the cosmos. As we see in this bronze statue, his authority is rooted in hyper-lethal, raw physical threat. To defy him openly is to invite a thunderbolt. But his wife, Hera, faces a dilemma. Down here, in the misty river valleys of Earth, a proxy war is raging. Zeus's illegitimate son, Dionysus, is actively slaughtering the Indian army, a mortal faction that Hera deeply favors. Hera is trapped in a power vacuum. She wants to save her mortal allies, but she cannot strike Dionysus down herself. If she did, the retaliation from that high, isolated mountain peak where Zeus holds court would be absolute and instantaneous. Against an enemy who controls the lightning, a war of attrition is a death sentence. To protect her mortal allies, Hera realizes she must find a way to neutralize Zeus from within. She begins to assemble a strategy designed to turn the king's own ego and desires into a cage. Her first required asset is a weapon, someone to physically intervene on the battlefield. Hera travels down to the underworld to find Persephone. Notice the cold, isolated expression in this marble portrait. Hera avoids asking for a favor outright. Instead, she focuses her attention on that exact isolation. This split-screen chart maps Hera's maneuver. Left, an upward trajectory elevates Zeus's illegitimate children to Olympus. Right, a downward arrow pins Persephone in the underworld. Then, the data shifts in this area graph. New earthly cults of Dionysus are siphoning away Persephone's rightful worship. The operation works. By highlighting this specific theft of cultural relevance, Persephone's dormant sadness is transmuted into active rage. She agrees to hand over a terrifying proxy weapon, the Fury, Megaira. Hera's first victory relies on a simple principle, transforming a neutral third party's personal insecurities into a directed missile for her own war. Now she has a weapon, but needs a way to neutralize Zeus so he won't intervene. She needs an anesthetic. That brings us to this figure, Hypnos, or sleep, identifiable by the delicate wings on his temples. Hera knows Hypnos is terrified of Zeus. To ensure her own safety, she avoids him directly, instead sending her messenger, Iris, disguised as the dark goddess of night, Sleep's own mother. The pitch begins with a heavy parental guilt trip. The false mother complains that the bright torches of Dionysus's earthly revelers are visually overpowering her darkness, shaming the very concept of night. But guilt alone is rarely enough to risk divine wrath. So Iris pivots to a bribe. She offers Sleep his deepest desire, marriage to the beautiful Grace, Pasithea. Lust becomes the guarantee of his compliance. The bribe secures the asset. By offering a target their deepest, most irrational desire, a manipulator can easily bypass that target's rational fear of authority. There is one final hurdle. Hera needs a mechanism to distract Zeus long enough for Sleep. For this, she visits Aphrodite, the embodiment of physical love seen in this draped marble form. To get what she needs, Hera abandons her regal authority. She plays the role of a humiliated, utterly defeated wife who is fleeing Olympus in shame because of her husband's constant infidelities. She begs Aphrodite to borrow the cestus, a magical girdle that induces uncontrollable longing. Hera claims she needs it to repair her failing marriage. It is a complete fabrication. Aphrodite feels genuine empathy for this display of sorrow. That empathy blinds her to the political reality of the situation, and she hands over her ultimate weapon of distraction without a second thought. Feigning weakness is a lethal tool. Weaponizing another person's sympathy allows a manipulator to disarm an opponent who would otherwise stay neutral. This schematic maps Hera's trap. She acquired 3 distinct assets: the weapon, the anesthetic, and the lure, without casting a single spell. The sequence fires. First, the cestus distracts the king. Second, Sleep bypasses his invulnerability. Finally, Megara slaughters his proxy army. Zeus commands the lightning, but his physical dominance is entirely bypassed by the insidious efficiency of a well-engineered social conspiracy. In any hierarchy, the most dangerous entity is rarely the one holding the most physical force. The true threat is the architect who knows exactly what everyone else fears and exactly what they desire.
The Indian landscape is being systematically dismantled. A terrifying, chaotic army led by the god Dionysus is sweeping through the subcontinent, leaving a trail of absolute destruction in its wake. Dionysus is operating under a supreme cosmic overwatch. His father Zeus is watching from above, providing an unassailable shield of absolute authority that renders the Bacchic army entirely invincible. This presents a massive tactical problem for Hera. The queen of the gods despises her stepson Dionysus with a burning intensity, and she wants nothing more than to see his eastern campaign annihilated. Yet any direct strike on the ground is impossible. As long as the king of the gods maintains his vantage point high above the clouds of Mount Olympus, Dionysus cannot be touched. Dionysus remains safe only as long as Zeus keeps his eyes on the battlefield. To reach the sun, Hera must first find a way to make the father look away. To break that surveillance, Hera secures a highly specialized tool. She approaches Aphrodite and acquires her cestus, an ancient, intricately woven band humming with magic. This object inflicts no physical damage. It operates entirely on the mind, bewitching its target by overriding logic and replacing all rational thought with paralyzing, inescapable lust. Armed with this weapon, Hera begins a rigorous preparation. She treats her hair with perfumed oils whose fragrance reaches the sea, adorns herself with magnetic lovestones, and finally binds the enchanted cestus around her flanks. This is a calculated preemptive strike. Before a single sword is drawn against Dionysus, the actual front line of the war has moved from the dusty plains of India straight to the golden bedroom of Olympos. Hera approaches Zeus with a carefully constructed lie. She claims she is simply passing through, hurrying to the far edges of the earth to settle a petty domestic dispute between the oceans. It works instantly. The moment Zeus lays eyes on her, the cestus lashes his heart. He immediately abandons his watch over the Indian war, his mind entirely consumed by a sudden, overpowering desire. The physical environment bends to his surrender. Zeus instinctively pulls golden clouds from the atmosphere, massing them together to form a massive, vaulted bridal canopy right in the middle of the sky. The earth beneath them responds by bursting into bloom.
As they embrace, the forest floor erupts with vibrant purple crocus flowers, weaving a natural bed for the Supreme Commander. The trap locks completely shut with the arrival of the stark white narcissus. As this final flower springs up against the looming sky, the personification of sleep glides in, enchanting Zeus's eyes and plunging him into darkness. The most powerful entity in the cosmos has been successfully taken off the board. He succumbed entirely to engineered intimacy.
Urgent, snapping into action, the very second Zeus closes his eyes on Olympus, the entire landscape of the war shifts. Hera nods to her proxy on Earth, the Fury Megaira, who violently crashes down on Dionysus in the wilderness.
Megaira inflicts an immediate, terrifying psychological collapse. Spectral whips crack inside his ears, hallucinated poison rains down, and a monstrous, snaky shadow engulfs his vision. The great general completely breaks down. He bellows with the mindless roar of a wild bull, violently dashing his horns against the rocks, and frantically hacking his weapon at harmless, tiny snakes in the dirt. The tactical advantage vanishes. Dionysus goes from an invincible military leader to a raving wanderer in the pathless mountains, entirely severed from reality and physically separated from his vulnerable troops. Dionysus cannot be killed, but he can be made irrelevant. While his mind wanders the pathless hills, the divine protection that made his army invincible has effectively vanished. Without their god general to guide them, and with Zeus completely blind to the world, the millions of soldiers in the Bacchic army are suddenly exposed. The enemy seizes the opening. The Indian king Dariades launches a massive counteroffensive, joined by the war god Ares, who assumes a mortal form to personally drive the killing blow through the frantic ranks. The terrifying signal of their doom arrives on the arm of Ares himself, a heavy, dark, metallic shield bearing the sculpted, screaming face of Medusa, her snaky hair streaming as he wades into the fray. The result is a mechanical, merciless massacre. Young warriors are struck down mid-stride, burning to ash as they writhe on the ground, clutching their own mystic torches. Even the famously indestructible Cyclopes break and run in absolute terror. The former glory of the divine host is reduced to a pathetic scramble. Old Silenos, the ancient companion of the gods, spends his time repeatedly face-planting into the dirt, desperately trying to drag his heavy knees up the cliffs to escape the spears. Take away the divine anchor, and the illusion of invincibility shatters. A god-led army instantly devolves into a mob of terrified, bleeding mortals, waiting their turn for the slaughter. When the dust finally settles, the Bacchic forces are thoroughly shattered. The muddy, rugged river valleys of the Indian mountains run red, thick with the blood of a destroyed host. The few who survived the massacre are scattered. They huddle in the dark recesses of caves and bury themselves under the leaves of mountain bushes, stripped entirely of their pride and power. Even the natural landscape absorbs the tragedy. The surviving Maenads weep with such profound grief that their tears flood the mountain springs, turning the fresh water a deep, mournful purple. Thousands of lives are extinguished, and an entire subcontinent is drowned in routing terror, all originating from an entirely trivial spark. A single afternoon on Olympos, a choice of herbs, a borrowed belt, and a bed of saffron has translated into a mountain of unburied dead. The world of Dionysus has been torn apart simply because his father closed his eyes. Look at this battlefield. The forces of Dionysus are completely collapsing. His followers, the Bassarids and the Satyrs, are being routed and slaughtered, while Dionysus himself has been neutralized by a divinely induced madness, wandering incapacitated. The engine driving the slaughter is the Indian commander, Morius. He's moving through the ranks with absolute impunity, inflicting massive casualties. This diagram maps the command structure. Morius is the proxy for Hera and Ares, the god of war. They funnel direct power to him, overwhelming Dionysus. Against this, conventional tactics break down. Spears and shields become mathematically useless against the divine embodiment of conflict. To save Dionysus, Any ally stepping into this conflict has to abandon physical combat. The only viable countermeasure against an invincible military force is an asymmetrical psychological strike. Up on Olympus, the intelligence gathering is already underway. A divine scout, the Grace Pasithea, has observed the slaughter from a distance. She returns to Aphrodite to report the crisis and the total collapse of the Bathic lines. Aphrodite reviews the intel and immediately identifies Ares as the primary threat. Instead of fielding her own soldiers to counter him, she formulates a direct strike on Morius's mind, bypassing his physical armor entirely. She immediately seeks out her son, Eros. She pulls him away from a cosmic wager with the other gods, recruiting him as her tactical strike force. The new operational parameters are highly specific. Aphrodite bribes Eros with a glowing Lemnian crown, dispatching him to the battlefield with a single target. He must infect the warlord Morius with a blinding, paralyzing obsession for a Bacchic handmaid named Chalcomede. In the hierarchy of the divine, gods rarely view mortals as autonomous individuals. They treat them as highly specific, deployable munitions, utilized to balance out power struggles happening far above their heads. Eros reaches the battlefield with instantaneous speed. Hovering invisibly, he isolates his target. He delivers a single, silent shot directly into the warlord's chest. The internal shift in his mind is immediate. An artificial, consuming obsession for Chalcomede forcefully overwrites Morpheus's psyche, erasing his military objectives on contact. The physical evidence of this psychological collapse becomes obvious on the field. Morpheus literally drops his weapons. He sets aside his unblooded spear and unbuckles his heavy armor, wandering aimlessly with a useless, softened sword. By midnight, the commander is entirely delusional. Pacing the camp, he openly begs to trade his Indian homeland for Lydian slavery. He declares he would happily submit to Dionysus if it meant securing a place by Chalcomede's side. Just hours prior, this man was an apex warlord acting as the physical conduit for Ares. Now he is reduced to a pathetic sleepwalker, weeping in the dark. A single, targeted spark of desire paralyzed a supposedly invincible military force. Aphrodite didn't need to break their shields. She dismantled their commander's sanity. But this strategy carries extreme mortal collateral damage. Chalcomede, the young handmaid chosen as the target of Maurice's obsession, suddenly finds herself acting as an unwilling honeytap. She is terrified. A dangerous, mentally unstable commander is relentlessly tracking her through the camp, threatening her with forced marriage and assault. The psychological pressure breaks her. Under the cover of night, Chalcomede flees to the Erythraean coast. She stands at the edge of the turbulent waves, praying to the ocean and preparing to end her life rather than face the warlord. Before she can jump, the sea nymph Thetis materializes. In the language of divine warfare, Thetis steps in as a handler to manage a panicked operative who is about to compromise the mission. Because these elaborate divine strategies rely entirely on mortal compliance, the gods cannot afford to lose their key pieces. They actively intervene on the ground to ensure their human assets don't buckle under the psychological trauma. Thetis issues a set of bribes to stabilize Chalcomede. She promises her physical safety by guaranteeing a deathless serpent, and assures her that she will eventually be rewarded with immortal placement among the stars. Then comes the final order. Chalcomede must return to the camp and maintain the deception. She has to hold the line and keep Morius distracted long enough for the Bacchic army to recover. The trap works perfectly. Aphrodite effectively strips Ares of his most valuable proxy on the board, entirely neutralizing the god of war without fielding a single soldier of her own. In these ancient texts, love is rarely depicted as a gentle emotional bond. It operates as a vicious, asymmetrical weapon, a force explicitly designed to override human free will and shatter the strongest defenses on Earth. At dawn, the Indian war moves into a state of total contradiction. The battle lines are drawn, but the combatants are no longer performing their military roles. The Indian champion, Morpheus, is stepping into the fray while actively trying to spare his enemies. He throws his heavy bronze spear off target, watching it sail past the very targets he is meant to destroy. Across the field, the backhands have undergone a different shift. Traditionally seen as the formidable warriors depicted on this Greek face, they now stand in silence. Their thursoi are still in hand, but they have forgotten how to use them. The soldiers hold the same shields and spears, but the psychological state of both armies has subverted the purpose of their weapons. The war has become a theater where no one is playing their assigned part. The backhand's effectiveness in combat is tied to a supernatural frenzy. Their lethality is a gift of divine madness rather than military training. That power source is now gone. Dionysus has fled beneath the ocean waves to hide, leaving his followers without the magic that fuels their courage. As the line representing divine frenzy drops, the torches and calfskins lose their mythic power. They become mundane, heavy props that offer no protection to the women carrying them. At this intersection, a wave of mortal terror takes over. Their psychological armor has dissolved, leaving them as ordinary humans facing a professional army. Without their divine shield, the mythic warriors are exposed. They are now vulnerable mortals standing in the path of a conventional, brutal force. King Dariades immediately identifies this newfound vulnerability. He drives the Indian host forward, turning the Bacchantes' confusion into a rout. He treats the captured Bacchantes as currency. Instead of simple execution, he binds them by their hair to serve as enslaved dowries for his generals, turning the victory into a transaction for his family's benefit. For the others, deaths are systematic. Some are choked at the gates, while others are forced into deep, muddy wells to drown in the dark. One dying Bacchant realizes the irony of her position. The Indian gods of earth and water are the very elements claiming her life, as she finally sinks into the mire. When the illusion of mythic invincibility is removed, war functions as a mechanism of slaughter. The battlefield is revealed as a place of unpitying reality. Away from the killing fields, the Indian champion Morius paces his chamber. It is the eve of the engagement. He admits to his henchmen his iron weapons are useless against the arrows of love. He feels besieged by an adversary he cannot strike. His obsession is Chalcomedy, a Bacchant who fights on the front lines. To Morius, she is a helmeted Aphrodite, a blend of beauty and martial skill he cannot ignore. Morius possesses the physical strength of a giant, yet the sight of this woman makes his spear hand turn weak. He describes his own resolve as becoming womanish in her presence. Physical armor and martial discipline provide no defense against this internal siege. Even a champion can be crippled by an obsessive desire for his enemy. These two collapses meet when Morius hunts Chalcomede through the middle of the slaughter. He ignores the tactical needs of the battle to chase her through the chaos. Chalcomede responds by hurling a massive, wheel-shaped stone directly at him. It is a desperate, heavy blow intended to kill. The rock strikes the rim of his shield, defacing the golden portrait of his wife, Chirobe. The impact scars the metal, marring the image of the woman he left at home. Morius laughs at the attack. He views the violence as a romantic gesture, chasing her with sparing lances and honeyed words while her sisters are cut down around them. His infatuation has redirected his martial duty. The skirmish has been transformed into a one-sided courtship, driven by a force that ignores the reality of the war. The Bacchantes eventually retreat. Their morale is gone, and they are driven into the city, seeking safety behind the stone walls. Inside the city, they drop their thyrosoi. They look toward the looms and spindles, returning to domestic crafts rather than continue a war they can no longer win. Morius stands on the field, physically victorious, yet his mind is captured by a woman who continues to elude him. In the Dionysiaca, the outcome of the struggle is dictated by internal forces. The war is won and lost through the sudden grip of terror and the strike of love.
Look closely at the streets of this ancient city. The Indian king Dariades is slaughtering his way through the ranks of the opposing army, leaving the paving stones purple with blood. The fighters taking the brunt of this assault are the Bassarites, a formidable army of women loyal to the god Dionysus. Right now, they are trapped behind heavily fortified city walls, suffering massive casualties in the tight, locked corridors of the town. Their commander cannot issue orders. Dionysus is miles away from the battle, writhing in the dirt. The goddess Hera has poisoned his mind with a heavy, blinding madness, leaving him incapacitated and foaming at the mouth. By any standard military logic, Dionysiaca has already won. His armor is impenetrable, his momentum is absolute, and he is applying overwhelming physical force to an enemy with nowhere to retreat.
So, how do you salvage a war when your troops are barricaded inside a kill zone, your commanding officer has lost his mind, and the enemy front line cannot be broken by physical weapons? The Dionysian forces have to stop trying to match Dionysiaca's steel with their own. To survive, they must abandon the open battlefield and begin fighting with hallucinations, hidden serpents, and the weight of the gods. The first problem is Dionysiaca's top general, a ruthless commander named Marius. Taking him off the board requires a move aimed at his mind rather than his armor. The chaos of the battlefield has warped Marius's perspective into a state of obsessive, paralyzing lust. He is wandering the front line, captivated by the bodies of the fallen enemy women, wishing he could press kisses to their cold lips rather than continue the fight. A nymph named Chalcomede identifies this vulnerability. She lures the general away from the fighting, telling him she will only accept him if he washes the blood and dust from his skin. Eager to win her, the veteran soldier sheds his heavy bronze chestplate, drops his shield, and walks naked into the sea. It is a tactical humiliation. Up in the heavens, Aphrodite mocks Ares, the god of war, pointing out that her beauty disarmed a general much faster than any spear or sword could. And Chalcomede's trap is lethal. When the naked Marius finally emerges from the water and reaches for her, a massive, hissing serpent bursts from her waist, expanding its thick coils and shooting poison to defend her maidenhood. Marius is left terrified, exposed, and trapped by a monster he cannot fight. The enemy's greatest battlefield commander has been completely removed from the war. By targeting a specific psychological weakness and leveraging divine deception, a single unarmed woman dismantled a threat that no conventional weapon could pierce. With the enemy general neutralized, the focus shifts back to the trapped Bassarid army. Extracting them requires a mythic night operation. The operative for this mission is Hermes. He descends from Olympus in the dead of night, adopting the exact physical appearance of Dionysus to gain the immediate trust of the panicked soldiers. Hermes moves through the city with absolute silence. Using his magical rod, he systematically approaches the heavily armed guards stationed throughout the town and forces them into a deep, unnatural sleep. This map shows the layout of the ancient city. Glowing markers represent heavily armed choke points. Hermes bypasses them. Casting darkness over guards, he illuminates an extraction route. The path weaves through narrow lanes, leading the army straight out the front gates. When dawn breaks, King Dionysiaca wakes up ready to finish the slaughter. He reaches for a victory he assumes is already his, only to discover that the streets are completely empty. Divine stealth and spatial manipulation invalidated the physical siege. Dionysiaca spent his resources guarding a death trap that became an empty shell overnight. The army is safe, but the commander is still incapacitated. Dionysus remains trapped in his frenzy, and he must be cured before the Lydians can recover. Fixing this requires intervention at the highest level. Zeus confronts Hera about her sabotage, threatening her with ancient cosmic torture. He reminds her of the time he hung her between the clouds, with anvils chained to her feet, promising a return to those bonds if she refuses to heal his son. Faced with this threat, Hera submits. She descends to the Indian mountains, reluctantly baring her breast to the adult Dionysus. As he drinks, the divine milk acts as an instant panacea. It purges the ugly stains of the frenzy from his system and restores the god to his full strength. Zeus's threat ends the stalemate. By forcing the goddess who caused the madness to physically nurse the god back to health, the divine hierarchy overrides the damage done on the ground. By sunrise, the reality of the war has flipped. The Bassarid army is free, the Indian general is unarmed, and the Dionysian commander is restored. Dionysus returns to his position. He replaces his violent frenzy with a focused plan for vengeance, raising his ivy-wrapped staff to rally his troops to strip their enemies of their armor. This multi-tiered counterattack exposes how warfare operates in the world of the Dionysiaca. Daryades relied entirely on bronze-clad brute force, finding it to be a blunt, fragile instrument. In this mythic landscape, superior weaponry is a secondary concern. The real power shifts through feminine cunning, divine stealth, and the inescapable will of the gods.
The god Dionysos, also known as Bacchus, is locked in an apocalyptic war against a mortal, Daryades, the king of India. The scale of this conflict drags the entire Greek pantheon down from Olympus. The gods physically take sides, pitting heavyweights like Apollo against Poseidon right on the battlefield. The god of the underworld watches in terror as clashes above threaten to crack the earth open, flooding Tartaros with the world's oceans. This mortal dispute is now a divine proxy war, pushing the entire cosmos to the brink of a watery extinction. Before the universe can fracture, Hermes steps onto the battlefield as a peacemaker, raising his staff to forcibly halt the divine combat. He secures his diplomatic leverage by invoking the memory of past cosmic disasters, the devastating wars of Kronos and the fiery fallout of Zagreus, backing the gods into a reluctant truce. With the Olympians benched, the war will now be fought entirely on the ground, setting the stage for a bizarre type of mortal combat where the rules of traditional warfare no longer apply. King Daryades operates a traditional military empire. His tactics rely strictly on disciplined phalanxes, forged steel armor, and towering war elephants. The ultimate embodiment of this brute force logic is Coletes, a monstrous 9-cubit-tall giant storming through the ranks, expecting to crush his enemies through sheer mass. Bacchus fields an army of unarmored women and weaponized wildlife. Venom-spitting snakes serve as living arrows, while charging panthers drag soldiers from their mounts. The massive Coletes isn't bested in an epic sword duel. He is killed by a single sharp stone, thrown by Carapaea, an unarmored woman leading the Bacchic dance. A professional army built on discipline and steel is being dismantled by a force that doesn't follow the conventional rules of engagement. The direct test of these colliding worldviews occurs when King Daryades and Bacchus finally meet in a one-on-one duel. Daryades attacks a god the only way he knows how, utilizing static armor and driving his forged spear forward in precise, traditional thrusts. Bacchus's counter-strategy continuously breaks physical reality. Instead of blocking, he rapidly shifts forms, from fire to a river, a lion, and a towering tree, as Daryades repeatedly attempts to stab empty illusions. Bacchus wins the duel without ever drawing a weapon. He simply summons a self-growing vine that instantly tangles Daryades' silver-wheeled chariot and roots his yoked war elephants deep into the earth. Nature has physically paralyzed the ultimate machine of human war. Rigid military logic has no answer for a vine that can outgrow a spear. Pinned beneath the crushed vines, Daryades sheds tears and silently begs for his life. In a rare moment of divine mercy, Bacchus dissolves the foliage and sets the king free. But Daryades' pride immediately overrides his gratitude. The moment he is unchained, he returns to boasting and openly defying the god. Because he refuses to yield, the war grinds into a bloody 6-year stalemate. To break the deadlock, Bacchus pivots his strategy, relying on an ancient prophecy to build a sprawling naval fleet. When the Indian captain Marius addresses his troops, it becomes clear that even after 6 years of defeats on land, the human commanders still underestimate the enemy. Marius mocks the idea that unarmed women holding leaves or satyrs dancing with flutes could ever pose a threat to heavily armed Indian warships on the open sea. The two sides agree to a 3-month truce to bury their dead. This slaughter continues because of a refusal to accept a reality they cannot control, a delusion they are now taking with them.
The Indian war has ended. The soldiers of Dionysus have finally, in the words of the poet, given their war to the wandering winds. They bury their dead with dry, unweeping eyes, viewing the fallen as men loosed from earthly bonds. To honor the warrior Opheltes, the army builds a pyre 100 feet wide. Faunos, a rover of the forest, uses the methods taught by his mother, the witch Kirke. He strikes male and female stones together, using sulfur from divine thunderbolts to draw out a hidden spark and ignite the massive stacks of mountain timber. This ritual marks the moment the army rests from the spear. By turning their attention to the labor of the tomb, the gathering of wood, the pouring of honey and oil, and the shearing of hair, the soldiers begin the transition from active slaughter to a state of truce. Following the burial, Dionysus marks a broad arena to hold the people together. He displays prizes that reflect the wealth of the campaign: Amazonian bows, silver-bossed shields, and gold silt from the river Pactolos. The competitors stepping forward are not ordinary men, but giants, sons of gods, and master charioteers. When every competitor possesses near supernatural strength and divine lineage, the physical advantage often cancels itself out. The games become a test of who can maintain control over these volatile powers. Before the race, the elder Aristeus warns his son that raw speed is a liability. He argues that horsemanship requires a cunning governor because an untrained driver lets the chariot wander wild. In his view, a craft-wise driver with a slower team can win by guiding them with a precise, calculating mind. The race begins with an immediate surge of aggression. Most of the captains rely on the raw pedigree of their horses, stallions sired by the north wind or the earthshaker, to bull their way through the dust and into the lead. Nonnos embodies this reliance on force. Despite a crash that leaves him defiled with dirt, he remounts and flogs his four-horse team with a harsher lash than ever. He attempts to regain his position through sheer, desperate speed, ignoring the shifting geometry of the track. This overhead map shows how Erechtheus uses his mind to beat faster horses. While his rivals run wide and waste energy, Erechtheus follows a tight, controlled line. He manually hauls the bridle to correct his drift, and leans inward as he rounds the moon-shaped stone posts, using the physics of the turn to maintain his lead. Phanos' speed-first strategy backfires when he reaches a narrow ledge above a deep ravine. Winter rains have eaten away the ground, leaving a path so narrow that any error in steering becomes a mechanical catastrophe. Phanos attempts to shoot through the gap, but his chariot strikes a rival's axle. The centrifugal force at high speed snaps his middle bolt and sends a wheel spinning away. The chariot crashes because it was pushed beyond the structural limits of its own materials. Erechtheus, who measured his pace to avoid such collisions, bypasses the wreckage and crosses the finish line first. The race demonstrates that in a high-speed system, velocity is only useful if the driver understands the constraints of the environment.
The combat events follow the same logic. In the boxing ring, Eurymedon, the son of the smith god Hephaestus, is defeated by Melicius. Melicius uses dodging skill and quick turns to wait for an opening, eventually snapping a single stroke beneath the ear that leaves the stronger man senseless. In the wrestling pit, the massive Aristeus faces Aeacus. It is a match between sheer mass and technical literacy. As the diagram shows, Aeacus defeats the giant by attacking his base. When Aristeus lifts him into the air, Aeacus uses a sly, entangling leg to kick behind the left knee. He uses his opponent's own height against him, turning the leg into a failing lever that collapses Aristeus' center of gravity. Once they hit the ground, Aeacus sprawls across his opponent's back. He weaves his legs under the giant's knees and circles the ankles, creating a structure that the poet compares to cross rafters framed to withstand a storm. Aeacus finishes the match by interlacing his fingers around the neck. This grip creates a mechanical fetter that uses the leverage of his own arms to seal off the opponent's airway, forcing a submission. This was the essence of the ancient wrestling art, using the opponent's own weight and anatomical structure to secure a victory that strength alone could not achieve. Success also requires a constant awareness of the surrounding chaos. In the foot race, the fastest runner, Osithuus, loses his lead because he slips in the dung of slaughtered cattle. He focused on the finish line but ignored the hazards of the track itself. The archery contest introduces a moving variable, a live dove tethered to a ship's mast. One archer cuts the cord, but Hymenaeus has to strike the bird as it escapes into the clouds. Hymenaeus tracks the bird's circuit and looses a shaft that grazes the clouds.
He wins by calculating the trajectory of a target moving through the wind, striking the bird's breast mid-flight. These wins emphasize that excellence in the arena depends on the ability to process external variables that are entirely outside of a warrior's physical control. The games reach a peak of tension during the javelin throw. This is the only event where the participants use actual steel weapons and armor, standing as a bloodless image of the war they just left. The bloodless aspect nearly fails. Asterios hurls his spear with such battlefield vigor that he grazes Iacchus's arm. For a moment, the competition stops being a game. Enraged, Iacchus aims his next shaft directly at Asterios' throat. He intends to strike the gullet, using his skill to kill rather than to score. Dionysus physically intervenes. He catches the spear tip midair and orders them to drop their weapons. He declares that their battle is a friendly one, a contest that must remain without true wounds. In this arena, the god provides a space where the skills of the soldier remain, but the lethal purpose is removed. The funeral games allow the army to perform a peaceful war, where the veterans prove their superiority through the same mechanics they used on the battlefield, but the final outcome is the exchange of prizes rather than the exchange of lives.
Two ancient armies stand on the verge of total war, only for the battlefield to be swallowed by a fast-moving shadow. At high noon, the sun vanishes, and the momentum of the conflict simply stops. This is a total solar eclipse, described by the Greeks as a black mist in a mourning robe. As the hills fell into shadow, wandering brands of fire dropped from the sky, lashing the earth with vapor and rain. The seer Idmon remained standing, while the rest of the host grew slack with fear. He had studied the circling courses of the heavens, allowing him to track the hidden road of the sun even when it vanished behind the cone of night. Tracking such an anomaly required a framework that could account for the sudden, catastrophic failure of the natural order. To the Greeks, the universe was a machine, and the myth of Phaethon, the mortal son of the sun god who crashed his father's chariot, served as a technical manual for what happens when that machine breaks. By examining the specific warnings Helios gives his son, we can reconstruct the ancient Greek view of the cosmos, a precarious, finely tuned engine with no margin for error. In this scene from a Greek vessel, we see the raw power of the solar team. When Phaethon demands to take the fire-smitten reins, Helios attempts to ground the boy's ambition by detailing the impossible weights and balances required to keep the sun in motion. Helios describes a slanted track through the sky, winding through 12 divided houses. This is the ecliptic, but it is a crowded obstacle course. Saturn creeps through a 30-year cycle, while Jupiter takes one. The sun must thread between them perfectly. The pilot is also responsible for the seasons. He must center himself in Aries to bring the spring thaw, then drop his light into the scales of Libra to trigger the fall. Even a minor deviation threatens the moon. If the chariot swerves too close to the cone of shadow, it physically robs the moon of its light, plunging the night into darkness. Helios makes it clear, driving the sun is a matter of orbital precision. Without a pilot who understands these celestial coils, the entire system is guaranteed to collapse. The moment Phaethon takes control, he panics and uses the whip. The horses bolt, instantly abandoning the mathematically strict path they have followed for eons. The climatic boundaries of the Earth warp instantly. As the chariot drags the sun too close to the surface, the heat boils the rivers and turns fertile land to waste. On the zodiacal ring, the boundaries between constellations dissolve. The lion, usually fixed in his house, roars against the neighboring crab as their orbits collide in the heat. The fixed stars of the north are jarred from their positions. The great and little bears, which are never supposed to touch the horizon, are forced downward to wash their feet in the ocean. The lunar cycle breaks. The moon appears at noon, but remains pitch black, unable to catch any radiance from the swerving, erratic sun. The physical frame of the world begins to buckle. As the heat intensifies, the great bronze axle that anchors the entire universe begins to groan and bend under the strain. The sequence of the months and the positions of the stars dissolve. The architecture of the heavens is no longer a clock, but a burning, chaotic wreck. Zeus triggers an emergency failsafe to prevent the total destruction of the earth. He strikes Phaethon with a single thunderbolt, which terminates the flight and sends the charioteer falling into the river Eridanos. With the rogue pilot removed, Helios retrieves his team, restoring the sun to its predictable road, allowing the seasons to reboot and the vineyards to grow again. To ensure the lesson was never forgotten, Zeus placed Phaethon back in the sky as the constellation Auriga. He sits forever among the stars he nearly destroyed, still holding the reins of a phantom car. The erratic, winding path of his fall was mapped into the stars as well, becoming the celestial river Eridanos that twists through the southern sky. Even on the ground, the myth left its mark. His sisters transformed into trees, their sorrow preserved in amber, dripping forever along the riverbanks. For the Greeks, the night sky was more than a collection of stories. It was a visible reminder that they lived inside a delicate, complex machine, one that required perfect balance to keep. Imagine a naval engagement where thousands of heavily armed ships sail out to conquer, and the water shatters before an enemy they cannot even comprehend. History is full of massive armadas, but this text, the Dionysiaca, records a war waged entirely within myth, an apocalyptic clash between an empire's vast fleet and a single Greek god. The mortal commander is King Dariades. He has marshaled an armada drawn from 300 Indian islands. These vessels are masterworks of naval engineering, built specifically for this war, their decks crowded with thousands of shielded, spear-wielding soldiers ready for a brutal fight. Their target is Dionysus. He is the god of wine, revelry, and chaotic satyr parties. Looking at the laurel of grapes on his head, you see zero evidence of a seasoned military tactician. So how exactly does a deity famous for vineyards and drunken festivals systematically dismantle a perfectly engineered, heavily armed naval fleet? Before the fleets clash, King Dariades rallies his men with a very logical, psychological argument. He insists Dionysus is a fraud. To Dariades, a true Olympian brings one standard of firepower to a battlefield, Zeus's thunderbolt. He argues that since Dionysus wields no celestial lightning, his divine claim is fake. Instead of lightning, Dionysus equips himself with the thyrsus. It is literally a flimsy stalk of fennel wrapped in ivy leaves. Against thousands of bronze-tipped spears and armored hulls, a plant stem seems like a suicide wish. Dariades outlines a brutal, direct battle plan. He orders his men to light vast pine torches, sail straight into the Greek lines, and burn those wooden ships down to the waterline, boiling the wine god's followers and the sea. The stakes are absolute. If Dionysus cannot defend his wooden fleet from that fire, his army drowns. More importantly, his entire claim to being a true son of Zeus is erased on the spot. This diagram shows where Dionysus's real power lies. He doesn't carry a localized weapon like a thunderbolt. Instead, he operates as a command hub. He commands a massive, networked alliance of minor deities, sea creatures, and raw environmental elements. He uses that network immediately. Instead of matching the Indian fleet head-on, his Bacchic host executes a wide flanking movement. They draw a continuous, tightening circle entirely around the enemy armada, trapping the densely packed ships in the center like a massive shoal of fish caught in a net. Once the net is closed, the human kings allied with Dionysus invoke major gods for heavy artillery. They call down Zeus for torrential rains, and Dionysus brings in his uncle, Poseidon, to weaponize the deep ocean itself against the trapped hulls. Dionysus abandons the rules of a conventional naval war. By weaponizing the actual topography of the sea, he squeezes a vastly superior mortal armada into a tightly confined killbox. The ordered lines instantly break down. Ships crash violently into one another as the engagement devolves into chaotic, close-quarters combat. Heavy casualties mount on both sides, turning the ocean surface red with freshly shed blood. And because the combatants are fighting alongside sea deities, the crossfire results in bizarre underwater casualties. Errant, heavy-shafted arrows miss their human targets on the decks, pierce the surface, and strike twisting squids,
dolphins, and pilotfish desperately fleeing below the waves. The artillery scales up to mythic proportions. Cyclopes stationed on the neighboring shorelines physically tear massive crags away from the cliffs. They hurl these raw boulders into the sea, sinking entire wandering ships with a single crushing blow. Then Dionysus deploys weather warfare. The battlefield splits into 4 quadrants, and the physical manifestations of the 4 winds, Zephyros, Notos, Boreas, and Euros, are called down. They whip the ocean into a frenzy, driving their gales to smash the enemy fleets together. Yet the sheer volume of Dariotis's armada absorbs the damage. Despite the Cyclopes, the sea gods, and the raging weather, the battle locks into a brutal stalemate. Armored men slip from the decks and drown, their bodies sinking into the seaweed. But the core of the Indian fleet remains intact. Raw elemental magic is failing to break that densely packed center. To win, Dionysus needs something grounded, violent, and brutally practical. The turning point comes from a human commander named Eurymedon. Acting on Dionysus's orders, he takes his own massive, operational long vessel and deliberately sets it completely on fire. They cut the blazing ship loose. Without anyone steering, it launches adrift directly into the tightly packed ranks of the trapped enemy armada, serving as an unguided kamikaze weapon. The result is a cascading rout. The wandering bonfire bounces chaotically from hull to hull, igniting the dry wooden ships of the Indian fleet. The surface of the water boils so intensely that sea nymphs dive deep to escape the liquid flame. The ultimate irony of the battle plays out on the burning decks. King Dioreades, the man who arrogantly boasted he would burn the god of wine out of the sea, now abandons his own blazing ships, scrambling in terror to reach dry land. Dionysus secures his Olympian legitimacy here. He doesn't do it by throwing a lightning bolt. He does it by out-generaling a mortal king through pure tactical ruthlessness, taking the very fire Dioreades wanted to use and feeding his massive armada right into it.
Indian King Dariates swings his sword at the god Dionysus, expecting to hit flesh and bone. Instead, he faces a dapple-backed leaping panther. The battlefield breaks every known rule of warfare. Dariates aims for a lion's neck, and it becomes a hissing snake. He strikes at a bear, and his weapon hits empty air as a winged flame flashes above. The god of wine shifts into boars, bulls, and water, rendering human military strategy completely useless. Desperate to retreat, the mortal king is manipulated by the goddess Athena. She takes the form of his son-in-law, Moreus, and goads his pride, asking how he will ever face his wife if he flees the field. Blind to the divine deception, Dariates stays. It is a fatal choice. Dionysus effortlessly tosses a skin-scoring ivy branch. The death-dealing strike sends the fully armored king reeling backward, where he plunges into the raging Hydaspes River and drowns. Against the shifting, uncontainable forces of nature, embodied by these ancient gods, mortal armies and human logic have zero defense. From the high towers of the Indian city, the surviving women watch the absolute collapse of their world. They tear their hair and score their cheeks, mourning their slain husbands, their brothers, and their fallen king. Queen Orsiboe showers herself in dark dust. Her daughters, Protonoe and Chirobe, wail over their dead spouses. In an instant, their entire royal lineage has been wiped from the earth. The daughters foresee exactly what comes next. They will be dragged from their chambers, their necks bound in thongs, forced to wash their own handmaids and suffer the physical yoke of slavery in foreign lands. Without a permanent, anchored foundation, human order is delicate. It takes only a single violent whim of the gods to tear down an entire society. The destruction of the Indian city immediately transforms into an organized harvest of raw materials. Dionysus and his followers launch into a massive victory parade, gathering the spoils of war. They drag immense wealth out of the wild east. Soldiers drive captive elephants from the mountains and parade chariots pulled by migrant lions. The troops carry veins of green emerald,
figured Hyacinth, and lead away the enslaved brides. Burdened with this newly claimed wealth, the god leaves the battlefield behind. He leads his army out of the deep shaded woods and marches them steadily westward along the Assyrian road. The dry terrain of the interior gives way to the dense, ancient cedar forests of the Mediterranean coast. Dionysus finally arrives at Tyre, his ancestral home. The contrast is immediate. He has just left a landscape of wild beasts and violent rivers, and now stands before a city of deliberate, stunning layout. The first step of civilization involves engaging with the chaotic energy of the wild. Humanity captures that raw, unshaped power and drags it by force into a controlled sphere. This satellite view reveals the precise geography of Tyre. A dense urban peninsula jets directly into the dark blue water, physically marrying the earth to the sea. The city acts as a maiden with feet set on land, stretching hands through waves. Within this engineered space, opposing lifestyles exist in total harmony. A mountain goat herd works right beside a fisher pulling up his net. The earth is furrowed by a plowman, while offshore, sailors cut the water with their oars. Even the city's legendary wealth comes from harnessing raw nature. According to myth, a sea dog rooted along the shore and bit into the spiky ridges of a hidden murex shell. The blood of that shellfish stained the dog's mouth red, discovering the brilliant purple dye that became the ultimate symbol of royal status. Tyre represents a specific human victory. The terrifying, wild ocean hasn't been eradicated, it has been masterfully organized and monetized. Dionysus stares at the rigid, geometric alignment of these ancient stone columns. He realizes that this level of enduring architectural precision does not spring up by accident. To understand how this was achieved, he calls upon Astrokaiton Heracles. This figure wears a star-woven robe, a cosmic architect and timekeeper who guides the rotation of the planets and the sequence of the seasons. Dionysus asks the divine engineer a highly specific question. What celestial hand designed this layout? Who built these massive, unmoving rocks? And how exactly did they root them so firmly into the violently shifting ocean? Constructing a permanent society requires actively solving the problem of nature's inherent destructive instability. Generations earlier, Heracles appeared to the first earthborn men and commanded them to build a vehicle for the sea. They took axes to the ridged backs of raw pine wood, carving the timber into precise beams. He dictated exact engineering steps. They bound the deck beams together, sealed the gaping seams with pegs, and raised a central mast to harness the wind in a wide, swelling sail. Their destination was a place of pure natural chaos, the wandering rocks. These were completely unstable, floating pieces of massive geography, drifting violently across the ocean without any fixed location. Upon these rocks sat a bizarre natural paradox. An eagle and a venomous snake existed side by side without fighting. At the center stood a leafy olive branch, actively burning with bright fire, yet never turning to ash. The men had to perform a cosmic sacrifice to break this frozen tension. They captured the divine eagle and slaughtered the wise bird to harvest its miraculous blood. They poured that blood directly into the sea. This acted as a divine anchor, permanently freezing the wandering rocks to the ocean floor and laying the foundation for the city of Tyre. Human civilization does not stand in opposition to wild nature. Civilization is born only when humanity finds a way to conquer, harvest, and permanently anchor that divine chaos. Modern historians generally agree on the cradles of Western civilization and law. Athens gave us democracy, Rome codified the legal frameworks that still govern us, and Thebes established the early principles of statecraft. But the Dionysiaca, an epic poem from late antiquity, offers a different account. It claims these traditional origin stories are false, asserting an even older, more primary source for the concepts of justice and order. The text claims that when Aphrodite first rose from the sea, she did not step onto the sands of Cyprus. Instead, she used her hands as oars to navigate past the islands of the Mediterranean, seeking a specific, preordained destination.
She was swimming toward Beroe, the ancient name for the city we now know as Beirut. This city is presented as a total chronological anomaly. The poem insists Beroe existed before the sun and the moon ever cast a shadow, and before Zeus even possessed the lightning bolts required for his war against the Titans.
Why would the ancients frame a small coastal settlement in the Levant as the oldest entity in the universe, predating time itself? The myth of Beroe's physical creation describes the Titan Kronos swallowing a heavy midwife stone and an entire raging river to ease his own labor pains. With his belly swollen with water and stone, he vomited the fully formed city of Beroe out into the nascent universe. That landmass settled here, wedged between the steep snow-capped ridges of Assyrian Lebanon and the Mediterranean Sea. This violent pre-time birth was a deliberate cosmic architectural choice. It established Beroe as the eternal, unchanging foundation for all human life. The city's first inhabitants were a golden crop of perfect mud-born men. They had no human parents. Instead, they were formed by a fourfold mingling of the elements: earth, water, fire, and air. In this primordial era, nature itself conformed to the city's presence. Predator and prey abandon their instincts to celebrate in total harmony. Eventually, the landscape takes on a human form. Aphrodite gives birth to a nymph, also named Beroe, upon the city's shores. This nymph was the literal, living embodiment of human jurisdiction. The poem describes her birth through medical allegories. She was midwifed by Hermes and the goddess Themis, who used the written laws of Solon to ease Aphrodite's delivery. The infant was baptized by the four directional winds, ensuring her legal influence would wrap around the entire globe. Astraea, the nurse of justice, fed the baby not with milk, but with streams of statutes and the wisdom of speaking honeycombs. In this myth, human law is not a flawed political invention. It is an infallible biological imperative, bred into the very architecture of the cosmos. Recognizing the nymph's importance, Aphrodite travels to the four-gated house of Harmonia to discover her daughter's ultimate purpose. Inside, she finds an archive of 7 planetary tablets carved by the ancient serpent Ophion. These tablets dictate the fate of the entire universe. Beroe's destiny is recorded in the final and oldest of these, the Tablet of Kronos. The prophecy on the 7th tablet declares that the city will be colonized by Rome and renamed Berytos. It specifies that the city's rise will coincide with the moment Augustus Caesar takes dominion over the world. The mandate states that Beroe will pacify the global strife caused by Cleopatra. For this service, Beroe is granted the absolute reins of law to judge both land and sea. This etched stone is a physical echo of that authority. This mandate creates an unbent wall of permanent legal fortification that provides structure to all other human cities. This prophecy bridges the gap between pre-time mythology and the historical reality of the Roman Empire. Nonnos' epic poem functions as highly calculated ideological propaganda. Historically, Roman Berytos, modern Beirut, was home to one of the empire's most elite law academies. It shaped centuries of global jurisprudence. The myth provides a divine justification for this academy's supreme authority. By claiming the city's legal role was carved into the stars before the whole Earth's rise, the school's rulings became unquestionable. The ancients anchored their law school within a mythology that framed justice as a foundational force, older than the universe itself. Deep in the hills of ancient Lebanon lived a mortal maiden named Beroe. She possessed staggering, world-stopping beauty, but her daily life was defined by one distinct trait. She had absolutely zero interest in romance, marriage, or the affections of men. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, decides to intervene. Acting on her mother's orders, the winged archer Eros knocks 2 shafts to a single bowstring, takes aim from the clouds, and fires them straight into the world below. Those arrows hit 2 very specific, very powerful targets. One strikes Dionysus, the god of wine, ecstasy, and earthly frenzy. The other plunges far into the sea, striking Poseidon,
the lord of the ocean, storms, and earthquakes. This convergence of land and sea represents the scale of the conflict. Dionysus brings the wild, terrestrial power of the earth, while Poseidon commands the crushing, infinite weight of the deep. Both domains are now violently and obsessively fixed on a single mortal girl. In Greek mythology, divine desire operates like a catastrophic natural disaster. Beroe's quiet existence is over. She has become the focal point for cosmic collateral damage. Dionysus makes the first move. The god of wine begins awkwardly tracking Beroe through the forests, his jealousy running so hot that he glares at a local spring, convinced the water is a spy for his rival, Poseidon. Realizing he is losing his grip, Dionysus consults the woodland god Pan. The shaggy shepherd gives him some grounded advice. Drop the terrifying wild god routine. Hide your glory, use soft words, and try a subtle disguise. Dionysus attempts exactly that. He strips away his divine majesty, dresses up as a humble local farmer, and approaches Beroe. He offers her simple gifts, apples and a grape cluster, asking to serve her through the seasons. The strategy fails. Beroe is completely blind to his romantic undertones. In fact, she spends the entire conversation marveling at the craftsmanship of his woven hunting net, completely ignoring the smitten god holding it. Dionysus's patience shatters. He drops the rustic disguise, radiating his full divine glory, and desperately begs her to choose him over Poseidon, taking a moment to mock the sea god's domain as a damp cave of foul-breathed seals. Faced with this terrifying display of cosmic pleading, Beroe simply raises her hands and presses her fingers into her ears to block him out. Manipulative disguises and earthly temptations require a target who actually wants to be tempted. Against a mortal whose basic nature rejects the chaos of earthly frenzy, all of Dionysus's trickery is useless. With the wine god sidelined, Poseidon takes his turn, and his arrival operates on a vastly different scale, his heavy footsteps causing the very cliffs of Lebanon to tremble and crack. Poseidon skips Pan's advice entirely. He bypasses subtle disguises and goes straight for blunt force intimidation, leaning heavily on his overwhelming wealth and status. He haughtily offers Beroe dominion over the entire ocean. He promises that ancient river gods will serve as her footmen, and naturally, he mocks Dionysus's woodland court as a loud, goat-footed frat party. Beroe reacts to the majestic lord of the brine in exactly the same way as to the lord of the vine. She turns her back on him in pure anger. Both gods, thoroughly rejected, pivot to bureaucratic bribery. They flood the Syrian court of Aphrodite with exotic global treasures, hoping to simply buy the marriage from Beroe's mother. We are left with a cosmic stalemate. When an irresistible elemental force crashes into a mortal totally devoid of romantic desire, raw power and infinite wealth are rendered entirely impotent. This puts Aphrodite in a political nightmare. She knows that if she simply chooses a winner, the rejected god will inevitably throw a divine tantrum and annihilate her beloved city of Beroe out of pure spite. To save the city, Aphrodite organizes a gladiatorial match between the gods, refereed by Ares. But first, a binding oath on the river Styx. Before striking a blow, both must agree they will not destroy the land or sea. The stage is set. All the gods of Olympus take their seats on the rocky ridges of Lebanon like spectators at a heavyweight bout, while Zeus smiles down at the impending violence. A terrifying omen drops from the sky. A sea eagle violently snatches a grazing dove mid-flight, signaling a clear advantage for the Lord of the Waves. In this ancient mythological framework, divine passion manifests as total warfare. It is a force so volatile that the gods themselves must draft treaties just to survive their own desires.
Picture this: a massive, cloud-high elephant stomping its foot down against a struggling seal in the ocean shallows. Meanwhile, a woman skips lightly across the crashing waves without getting her feet wet. This bizarre imagery is a literal scene from the Dionysiaca. Written in late antiquity by a poet named Nonnos, it is one of the longest and most chaotic epic poems to survive from the ancient world. The inciting incident for all this chaos is a marriage dispute.
Dionysus, the god of wine, earth, and fire, wants to marry a specific sea nymph named Beroe, but he has a rival. Poseidon, the mighty god of the ocean, claims the exact same nymph for his own. This conflict violently erupts right at the geographical boundary where their domains meet, the steep, rugged valleys of Mount Lebanon, where jagged rock plunges straight into the churning sea. This creates an impossible elemental problem. How exactly does a god whose power relies on soil, grapevines, and fire fight an opponent whose domain is the unbreathable saltwater deep? To solve that problem, the gods bypass standard human infantry. Instead, they draft the flora and fauna of their respective ecosystems to fight their war. Dionysus mobilizes a terrestrial army. He brings panthers, satyrs, and raving bacchants to the coastline, summoning self-growing grapevines to twist around his troops like organic armor. Poseidon counters by emptying the deep. He musters battalions of nereids, sea bulls, dolphins, and ancient aquatic shapeshifters. This diagram shows the structured symmetry of the poem's warfare. Terrestrial beasts are paired directly against aquatic counterparts. Bulls face sea bulls, lions fight sea lions. As the battle begins, the forces overlap, mixing into a chaotic blender of clashing shapes. By aligning the battlefield this way, the story asks a terrifying question. Can two entirely incompatible natural ecosystems mix without destroying each other? Dionysus attacks with an aggressive terraforming strategy. He attempts to literally pave the ocean floor, using giant stalks of fennel to wall off the saltwater so he can plant his vines deep in the seabed. His terrestrial troops start defying the laws of physics. Land-dwelling women run across the surface of the ocean with their hair ablaze, the fire completely unextinguished by the crashing waves. Poseidon responds with brutal counter-tactics, weaponizing the water itself against the land-dwellers. He threatens to drown Dionysus's terrestrial madness entirely, promising to drag the mountain-roaming satyrs to the bottom of the ocean and forcing the wine-drunk troops to choke on raw salt. The terrifying nature of these tactics lies in the erasure of identity. The armies are trying to literally rewrite the physical rules of the opposing element until it ceases to exist. The localized battle spirals rapidly out of control. The secret foundations of the ocean floor begin to shake, and massive coastal cliffs collapse sideways into the surging water. Looking at a map of the region, we see how the chaos magnetically pulls in distant waters. Rivers and seas from the far corners of the map, the Adriatic, the Aegean, and Iberian waters converge aggressively on Mount Lebanon to aid the fighters. Soon, the vertical boundaries of the world break completely. The churning water rises up, booing against the sky as the ocean waves climb as high as the clouds. The universe's natural architecture is actively fracturing. Reality itself simply cannot support two uncompromising elemental realms occupying the exact same space. At this point, the universe requires an absolute authority to hit the kill switch before reality is entirely destroyed. That authority is Zeus. Hearing the desperate prayers of the sea nymphs, he violently intervenes, throwing a ring of thunderbolts down from heaven to force an immediate ceasefire. He delivers a swift, unappealable verdict. Poseidon gets the nymph, and Dionysus is sent packing. There is cold, unshakable logic behind this decision. Beroe bears the blood of the sea, which means she inherently belongs in the ocean. Zeus isn't picking favorites here. He is stepping in to enforce strict cosmic boundaries, punishing the god of earth for overstepping his elemental lane. What follows is an opulent underwater wedding. The sea god Hephaestus uses an anvil submerged in the brine, hammering out jewelry by the light of a magical, unquenchable fire that burns underwater. Up on the surface, a bitter Dionysus retreats. He is consoled by Eros, who reminds him that his true domain, and a much daintier bride named Ariadne, awaits him safely on dry land. Dionysus finally accepts his place. He turns his back on the deep and heads north, planting his vines across the terrestrial plains of Asia and Europe. The Dionysiaca uses this massive spectacle to map the hard limits of nature. It proves that no matter how vast a god's power, Earth and ocean can only clash. Neither can permanently comfort the other, and the grapevine must stop where the saltwater begins.
The ancient foundations of seven-gated Thebes are losing their grip on reality. Rumors of a new god have flooded the streets, and the city is consumed by the wild, hypnotic rhythm of Dionysus. There is scarcely a soul in town left undancing. The population has abandoned civic order, crowning their homes with spring leaves and surrendering to the ecstatic, wine-soaked revelry of the Bacchic frenzy. The physical world is beginning to reject this chaos. The stony altar of Athena has started violently quivering of its own accord. Up on the pedestal, the holy image of the goddess is suddenly welling with self-born streams of sweat. The warnings escalate. The statue of Ares, the god of war, is weeping thick red blood, running from his foot up to his very crown. Deep inside the palace, Queen Agawe wakes in terror from a hallucination. She dreamed her own son, King Pentheus, was a lion, and that she herself had violently torn his bloody head from his body. In ancient Greek storytelling, bleeding stone and visions of child murder represent a breakdown in the physical order. These aren't random accidents. They are the gears of a divine system beginning to turn against the city. King Pentheus views these anomalies as personal insults rather than warnings. His ego swells. He commands his guards to lock the seven gates in defiance, even as the keys magically spring loose and the portals throw themselves wide open. Instead of backing down, he escalates. Pentheus openly threatens Dionysus, boasting that he will drag the Bacchans away, shear the god's flowing locks, and burn him with earthly fire. He even attempts to rewrite his own biology. Pentheus announces he carries no mortal blood, claiming he is a citizen of the upper ether, born of the moon, and that he shares his bed with goddesses like Athena and Artemis. By ignoring these omens and declaring war on reality, Pentheus steps onto invisible rails. He has moved beyond the reach of mercy and into a trap designed specifically for his brand of arrogance. Out in the dark wilderness beyond the city, Dionysus keeps watch. To set the trap in motion, he looks upward to secure backing from the highest celestial authorities. He calls out to the moon, invoking her as Selene, Hecate, and Artemis, and asks for her direct intervention. He formally requests aid against a mortal who possesses what he calls a God-fighting mind. The moon answers, validating the execution. She cites a list of past mortals who defied Dionysus, like the Indian king Diaraites who drowned in his father's river, and the pirate sailors who were warped into sea-swimming dolphins. This conversation is a cosmic sign-off. Pentheus is now a sanctioned target of the divine state, clearing the way for the underworld to get to work. Below the earth, Persephone dispatches an Erinus, a fury from the abyss, to prepare the exact physical execution site high in the Citharone Mountains. The fury arrives at a towering pine tree and scratches open the dirt. She buries an ancient Attic sword deeply among the roots, a cursed blade stained by a legendary act of child murder. To seal the magic, she produces a shell filled with the freshly spilled blood of the Gorgon Medusa and smears the crimson dew directly onto the tree's bark. Burying a cursed sword and painting a trunk with Gorgon blood serves a highly specific function. The gods are building a fatal funnel, predetermining the exact geographic coordinates where Pentheus will lose his head. With the location prepped, the gods need to supply the executioners. They turn their attention back to the city, specifically targeting Pentheus's aunt, Autonoe. The Fury disguises herself and breaks into Autonoe's mind with a vicious lie. She tells the grieving mother that her deceased son, Actaeon, is actually alive, secretly hunting in the mountains, and newly married to the goddess Artemis. Believing she is about to meet her divine daughter-in-law, a frantic, ecstatic Autonoe runs into the wilderness, perfectly positioning herself alongside Agawe. The gods weaponized grief. By gaslighting these mothers with false hope, they ensure the unwitting execution squad is standing exactly where they need to be when the trap snaps shut. The gods have surrounded Pentheus. Olympus authorized the hit. The underworld cursed the ground,
and executioners wait in the mountains. Pentheus is a dead man walking, unaware his every choice will be guided by invisible rails the gods laid down. We often think of divine wrath as a sudden, chaotic lightning bolt from the sky. But here, the justice of Olympus is deeply poetic, highly bureaucratic, and coldly premeditated. When a mortal attempts to rise above nature, the gods respond with a terrifying precision. They build an intricate machine of doom that forces the victim to orchestrate their own spectacular downfall.
King Pentheus rules a civilization defined by absolute control. His domain is the seven-gated city of Thebes, a fortress heavily guarded by iron-bearing men-at-arms. Here, society is built on strict physical walls and rigid social hierarchies. But order begins to unravel from the inside. Without warning, the women of Thebes abandon their designated domestic posts. They drop their shuttles and leave Athene's looms entirely empty. Mastered by a sudden frenzied joy, even Pentheus's own mother, Agawe, succumbs. She flees the structured city and races toward the rugged hills, her mind lashed forward by an invisible force. A kingdom built on strict divisions cannot survive its citizens simply walking away. By leaving the loom for the wilderness, the women of Thebes dissolve the social contract that keeps Pentheus in power. Pentheus reacts with complete contempt. He dismisses this new god, Dionysus, as a bastard mortal, a weakling whose followers are driven by wine rather than actual strength. The king relies entirely on rigid, martial assets. He trusts bronze armor and iron spheres, utterly mocking Dionysus's organic tools, the fawnskins, wild ivy, and the thyrsus. To solve the crisis, Pentheus orders a brutal physical crackdown, commanding his guards to forcefully lock the wandering god away in a murky, sunless prison. Pentheus diagnoses a psychological contagion as a standard military rebellion. He believes he can take a fluid, formless idea and lock it inside a literal cage. The old prophet Tiresias tries to warn the king, citing clear historical case studies of what happens when mortals try to use force against this specific god. He points first to the Tyrrhenian pirates. These violent men captured Dionysus on the high seas, binding his hands with heavy ropes and expecting an easy ransom. The ship transformed underneath them. The wooden mast mutated into a towering, leaf-dark cypress tree, violently wrapping itself in sky-climbing vines. Then Tiresias recounts the earthborn giant, Alpos. This was a monster so massive he literally ripped up hillsides and wielded cliffs as weapons in battle. Dionysus bypassed the giant's overwhelming defenses entirely. He simply cast a piece of greenery, his thyrsus wand, and pierced the monster clean through the chest. Swords and sheer mass fail against an opponent who can rewrite the shape of the battlefield. Overwhelming physical force cannot defeat a god who refuses to obey the laws of physics. Pentheus ignores the warning, and his perception of reality instantly fractures. Deep in the stables, he violently binds the hooves of a regular rustic bull, completely convinced he is wrestling Dionysus into submission. Meanwhile, the female Bacchantes have been thrown into the city's dungeon, their hands bound with heavy thongs in a joyless, sunless pit beneath the streets.
The women simply begin to dance. The rhythmic, measured beat of their bare feet generates a sudden force that effortlessly shatters their bronze chains and blows the sealed gates wide open. Out in the wild, the rules of biology completely disintegrate. The liberated women rip adult livestock apart with their bare hands and offer their own breasts to nurse wild lion cubs. When they grow thirsty, they strike dry rock with their wands. The stone splits open, conjuring spontaneous rivers of fresh white milk and deep red wine directly from the earth. Dionysus does not pick locks. He systematically dismantles human reality from the inside out, making the very concept of a physical boundary totally obsolete. The conflict finally reaches the heart of the palace. Inside Pentheus's heavily fortified stronghold, Dionysus unleashes a shimmering, heaven-roaming fire. This divine fire behaves entirely unnaturally. It leaps in shearing flashes and crawls across the king's purple robes, leaving the fabric perfectly pristine. Pentheus makes one final, desperate attempt to apply human logic to the situation. Bellowing in terror, he orders his servants to drown the flames with endless vessels of water. The laws of physics invert. The rushing water acts as pure fuel, making the unnatural fire burn significantly hotter and brighter with every drop. The inner sanctum booms with thunder. The roaring flames consume the innermost courts, fully destroying the core of the king's rigid domain. Human authority rests on the assumption that the physical world behaves predictably. Attempt to cage the raw forces of nature, and those forces will simply rewrite the rules of
King Pentheus of Thebes defines his world through what can be seen, seized, and fortified. To him, power is a matter of heavy bronze armor and stone city walls, a reality governed by the physical laws of the state. When a foreign cult led by Dionysus enters his kingdom, Pentheus dismisses it as a fraud. He confronts the god directly, laughing at the idea that a wandering stranger with ivy in his hair could be the son of Zeus. Pentheus demands a trial by combat on a cosmic scale. He tells the stranger that if he is truly divine, he should prove it by summoning a lightning bolt and striking the king down where he stands. Pentheus is attempting to fight a psychological force with military tactics. He believes that if he can just find the god's physical body, he can imprison it or kill it, applying a linear solution to a deity that governs chaos. Dionysus views a lightning strike as an inefficient end. Instead of destroying the king's body, the god begins to dismantle his mind, turning the king's own curiosity into the mechanism of his death. The attack begins within the palace walls. Rather than using force, Dionysus appeals to the king's obsession with control and surveillance. He convinces Pentheus that the only way to crush the Bacchic rebels is to spy on them in disguise. To facilitate this, the king removes his bronze breastplate and dons a woman's dress, a veil, and sandals. As the king fastens the purple robes, his motor control slips. He begins to move with a strange, effeminate grace, dancing through the streets of Thebes in a rhythm he can no longer govern. This diagram represents the king's fracturing visual field. He describes a world where the sun has doubled, and the city of Thebes has split into two vibrating, overlapping versions of itself. By the time he leaves the city, Pentheus has lost the ability to distinguish between his own identity and the costume he wears. The king has been hollowed out, leaving only a delirious vessel for the god's final trap. On the slopes of Mount Cieron, the dense woods provide the perfect environment for a predator whose primary weapon is the corruption of sight. Dionysus physically maroons Pentheus by bending a massive fir tree to the ground, seating the king in the topmost boughs and allowing the trunk to spring back into the sky. With the king isolated, Dionysus expands the delusion to the women gathered below, focusing the full weight of the madness on Pentheus's own mother, Agawe. When Agawe looks up through the pine needles, her senses fail her. She doesn't see her son. She sees a mountain lion perched in the branches, ready to be hunted. She rallies the crowd and uproots the entire tree from the mountain soil. As it crashes down, the women fall upon the figure in the branches, tearing him apart with their bare hands. Only as he is being dismembered does Dionysus restore the king's clarity. Pentheus is forced to spend his final seconds recognizing his mother's face as he begs her to stop, while she remains locked in the hallucination of the hunt. The divine trap is complete. Dionysus didn't need nature or monsters to kill a king. He simply redirected a mother's protective instincts into the service of a slaughter. Agawe returns to Thebes exultant. She marches through the gates, holding what she believes is the head of a lion of aloft for the citizens to admire. Her father, Cadmus, forces her to look directly at her trophy. As the spell lifts, she realizes the mane she is clutching is her son's hair, and the beast she killed is the man she raised. This comparison highlights a specific tier of grief within the family. Agawe's sister, Autonoe, recently lost her own son, Actaeon, who was magically transformed into a stag. In her case, she mourned in animal's form. Agawe, however, is forced to mourn human flesh. This distinction makes the horror permanent. Because the disguise was entirely in Agawe's mind rather than her son's body, She must live with the memory of recognizing his human face while her hands were still wet with his blood. Dionysus stands among the ruins of the royal house, observing the survivors as they collapse under the weight of their own actions. He treats the catastrophe with clinical indifference. He provides the grieving women with wine laced with a forgetful balm, drugging them into a state of forced chemical peace. After exiling the remaining family members, the god simply mounts his chariot and rides toward Athens, his lynxes pulling him away from a city he has effectively erased. The message of the myth is that the gods do not negotiate with human logic. When challenged, they don't just take a life. They rewrite a mortal's reality, turn their loved ones into weapons, and leave the survivors to rot in the silence that follows.
This image shows the ruined columns of an ancient Athenian temple, the remnants of a world built on agricultural order. Before the arrival of wine, the people here lived by the simple rhythms of farming, drawing water from channels and measuring their lives by predictable manual labor. Curious, slightly hushed. That predictability ended when Dionysus arrived at the home of a hospitable vine dresser named Ikarios. As a reward for the old man's kindness, the god handed him a skin swollen with a strange, dark liquid, promising it would unbind the heart and heal human grief. Look at this visual representation of intense, sudden intoxication. The local peasants drank this unfamiliar vintage completely undiluted. With no cultural history of alcohol, the physiological shock was terrifying. Their faces flushed, their veins swelled, and the earth rocked beneath their feet. The euphoria quickly turned to murderous paranoia. Believing they had been poisoned, the peasants grabbed their iron axes, mattocks, and sickles. In a blind frenzy, they hacked the old man to pieces, right beside his own table. A divine gift becomes a lethal curse when it enters a population with no defense against it. These men butchered their host because they lacked a single word for the way the wine made them feel. This image shows a solitary earthen burial mound in a rural field, grounding the earthly fallout of the murder. After a blood-stained phantom visited the old man's daughter, Aragone, she found her father's mangled corpse and hung herself from a tree in despair. The tragedy also claimed Aragone's dog, who refused to leave the grave and eventually died of grief beside the newly turned earth. This technical illustration depicts the constellation Virgo, holding an ear of corn. Zeus took pity on the family and lifted Aragone's soul from the soil, placing her among the stars to transform her agricultural life into a permanent celestial fixture. He did the same for her father and her dog, immortalizing them as the constellations Bootes and the Dog Star, forever following one another through the heavens. The gods did not reach down to reverse the damage they caused. They offered a cold consolation prize instead, freezing the victims in the sky as distant monuments to a terrestrial horror. This photograph shows the coastal Portara ruins on the island of Naxos. Moving across the Aegean, Dionysus rescues the abandoned princess Ariadne and takes her as his bride, establishing his capacity for divine romance. This image displays the heavy stone blocks of the Lion Gate of Mycenae, the entrance to Argos. This was a stronghold of the goddess Hera, built on a foundation of rigid tradition and military might. The citizens of Argos looked at the ivy-wreathed god and attempted to lock him out. They trusted in their stone walls and their hero, Perseus, to repel the chaotic influence of the new deity. Look at this visual representation of a sudden psychological collapse. Dionysus did not attack the stone walls. He infected the city's women with a severe hallucinatory madness that stripped away their reason. The mothers of Argos lost all instinct and began butchering their own children in the streets, turning the city's military discipline into a scene of domestic slaughter. The attempt to forcibly exclude the irrational side of human nature only ensured that when it finally arrived, it destroyed the most fundamental bonds of the city. Argos deployed Perseus, the champion of the old order, a stoic monster slayer armed with a sickle and Medusa's head. He viewed Dionysus's leaf-green army as an unwarlike joke. The goddess Hera stoked Perseus's ego, urging him to use his legendary weapons to eradicate the unarmed cult of the vine. This diagram contrasts their arsenals. Perseus fought with rigid metal, while Dionysus commanded expanding vines with a wild, living energy. Perseus took to the air on winged sandals, but Dionysus simply expanded his frame, touching the sun and towering over the airborne hero. Here is a visual representation of the petrification that followed. Perseus unleashed the gaze of Medusa, turning Dionysus's bride Ariadne into solid stone in the heat of the battle. Perseus's rigid defense resulted in the very ruin he feared. By the time the gods intervened, the city's champion had already petrified the woman his rival loved, turning a military victory into a permanent, rocky tragedy for his own people. Just as Dionysus prepared to level the city of Argos in retaliation, the god Hermes intervened with a golden hand to stop the slaughter. Hermes invoked their shared lineage. As both are sons of Zeus, an attack on one is an attack on the house of the gods. They are two different expressions of the same divine power, and neither can be destroyed by the other. Dionysus eventually set down his thyrsus and elevated his petrified bride to the stars. Like the victims in Athens, Ariadne was moved to the heavens to shine as the corona constellation. The seer Melampus delivered the final mandate to the survivors. They had to lay down their weapons and join the Bacchic dance. The people of Argos stopped fighting the madness and began to build altars to both gods, acknowledging the monster slayer Perseus and the madness bringer Dionysus in the same holy space. The Argives eventually stopped fighting the madness and began the Bacchic dance. By building altars to both the slayer and the god of wine, they accepted that a city must honor both its iron walls and its wild, irrational heart to avoid self-destruction.
When we think of Dionysus today, the image is almost universally comfortable. We picture a jovial figure draped in grapes, lounging at theater festivals, and pouring endless cups of wine for his followers. But the ancient texts paint a vastly different portrait. In Book 48 of Nonnos' massive 5th century epic, the Dionysiaca, Dionysus has reached the end of his earthly wandering. He stands on the precipice of ascending to Mount Olympus to claim his seat among the major gods. To secure that divine throne, he doesn't throw a feast, he fights a war against the giants and leaves a trail of atrocities in his wake. In this final act, he faces down the Earth's most formidable, serpent-headed monsters, incinerating them alive using self-twisting flames. In this epic, Bacchic power is a two-pronged weapon. Dionysus rules through destruction, demonstrating his ability to crush both the physical body and the human mind.
The physical test of his power begins when the goddess Hera triggers a massive war, sending the Earth's self-born giants to crush him. In a conflict of this scale, the expected rules of engagement involve heavy bronze shields, forged iron swords, and spear fighting. Dionysus ignores those rules. He arrives on the battlefield armed with nature itself, turning raw botany into military artillery against the giant armies. His tactics are ruthlessly efficient. He charges the serpent-headed monsters empty-handed, using creeping vines to shear their heads from their bodies. He plucks common ivy leaves and throws them with enough velocity to act as javelins. When infantry tactics aren't enough, he deploys Bacchic fire. He hurls a blazing pine branch into the sky that unleashes an aggressive, sentient flame, mimicking the lightning bolts of his father, Zeus. This physical dominance extends to mortal combat. When he encounters the fierce warrior woman Pallene, he strips away his divine advantages to meet her in a dust-strewn wrestling match. He overpowers her, pins her to the ground, and claims her as his bride through force. This diagram shows the thyrsus, Dionysus's signature staff. While looking like a decorative wand topped with a pine cone, it was a lethal weapon. Stripping the foliage reveals an iron spear. Executing Pallene's murderous father, he drives it down to crack the ground beneath them. By weaponizing untamed nature, Dionysus becomes a force that neither mortal warriors nor towering cosmic monsters can withstand. But physical force has limits. The narrative soon shifts to Phrygia to introduce a target who requires a different kind of subjugation, Aura. She is an independent mountain-ranging huntress who runs like the wind and hunts lions for sport. Aura is practically untouchable until she commits an act of hubris. She openly mocks the goddess Artemis, claiming that her own muscular physique makes her superior to the goddess's feminine form. Artemis does not forgive this insult. She calls upon Nemesis, the force of divine retribution, and curses Aurora to lose her fiercely guarded virginity. Dionysus is driven by Eros to fulfill this curse, but he knows Aurora is too fast for a direct physical assault. Instead, he orchestrates a calculated psychological trap. Striking the earth with his thyrsus, he spawns a deceptive spring. When the exhausted huntress approaches for water, she finds the stream transforming into wine. The takeover is immediate. Aurora takes a drink, her limbs lose coordination, her words slur, and she collapses into an unnatural, heavy sleep. With his target incapacitated, Dionysus approaches. He binds the unconscious maiden's hands and feet and assaults her. When Aurora wakes, the realization of what has happened triggers a descent into Bacchic madness. Her broken mind drives her on a rampage. She slaughters local shepherds, whips a statue of Aphrodite. Upon giving birth to twins from the assault, she cannibalizes an infant before throwing herself into a river to become a spring. Within Nonnos' narrative, wine serves as a snare. It is a tool used to bypass a victim's defenses and completely strip a mortal of their agency. With the giant armies defeated and the fiercest mortal minds broken, Dionysus finally completes his earthly campaign. He has proven his dominion over both flesh and thought. His final requirement for godhood is the establishment of his mortal cults. He brings his rights to Athens, where the citizens engage in a triple dance, exalting the different aspects of his power, Zagreus, Bromios, and Iacchos. His path cleared, Dionysus ascends into the heavens. He honors his past by placing the crown of Ariadne into the stars, and takes his seat beside Apollo to drink divine nectar. This specific retelling by Nonnos highlights a darker interpretation of the wild. To this late antique poet, Dionysus represents the inherent volatility of nature, a force that can be both nurturing and destructive. Dionysus's ascension in the Dionysiaca demonstrates that ancient godhood required the mastery of chaos, blurring the line between divine ecstasy and total devastation.